Good evening. Ira Epstein with your Spider ETF stock market wrap-up. And this wrap-up is for Thursday, and we're at the 9th of June, 2022. And right now, as I'm recording, the House hearings are taking place on the January 6th event in Congress. And we will see what they come up with. Does it shake anything? This has been going on for a long time. I'm wondering what the end game is. That's all I'm asking. What is the end game? Do you think you're going to put President Trump in prison over this? Maybe that's what this will all point to. I, like everybody else, am wondering, is there something there? It sort of reminds me of Geraldo Rivera. Remember when he did Al Capone's safe and we were all waiting and couldn't wait to get the thing open, and what happened? It was the biggest letdown there ever was. I'm wondering if this is the case, or we open it up that safe and there is something really big here and we wake up in the morning to a whole new world. I don't know. You saw the big break today in the stock market and the number of stocks. Just look behind me. It is a sea of red. One market on my board, TLT, Treasury instrument, is to the upside as people bought it, scared, safe haven. The dollar is the other thing. I don't have UUP here. That was the other big bid. That doesn't mean there weren't markets that went up, but the vast majority of things were down. In my morning spider, my recordings, part of that is I give you window envelopes, and when I do that, I plot key moving averages that one of them changes. You're either plotting a high or a low of it. And to make a long story short, I've never seen so many where I'm plotting the high and the market's underneath the 18-day average of closes. Quite a few of it. It's bear. That's what it is. Look at Apple. It's nice that it had this consolidation, but it's an attempt at a breakout now to the downside. You have a higher high, lower low. I don't know that it has any downside to it at all, because that's not a trend. The market had a correction, and that's all that I could say about it. It's fighting a battle right where it should, the 18-day average of closes, which I define as the line in the sand. If you've taken my charting course, I teach the basics of the swing line in relation to moving averages in relation to window envelopes to Bollinger Bands to slow stochastics. 5 steps. This is all very important. Often, one of the things you'll hear me say in my course is markets like to go back to the 18-day average. It's the safe haven number. It's the line in the sand. What am I going to do from there? Just think of it that way. Here, I got the beard. What am I going to do from there? That's what this market is doing. It's trying to figure that out right now. If it breaks down, possibly 136.51. Whoa, that'll take you back to these old lows or thereabouts. If you cross yesterday's high, Wednesday's high, why not open the door up for the upper Bollinger Band at 153.21. It can go either way. It's not trending. And in momentum is just rolling to the downside. It had come up, the market stalled out, now it's trying to roll to the downside. You do realize tomorrow when we get the CPI number at 7:30, it can change everything. It can get everything more bearish and get everything more bullish. I don't know which way that son of a gun's going to go. They're looking for an 8.2% CPI number. That's the headline that I think you have to look at. Then they'll give you the monthlies and where they're at on that. I get it. But 8.3 was the prior report. They think it's going to come in a tad lower. What if it's 8.6, 8.7? How does the market respond? What if it's 7.5? I don't know, okay? I want sidelines. It's that simple. This is a big report. This is the equivalent tomorrow of a major Fed report. Treat it as such. Don't be a wise guy here. You're fighting at AMC in an uptrend against the 18-day average. If you take out 1177, hitting 1176, you negate the uptrend, and you're back in a downtrend, potentially going to 1071. I didn't like that I read the first review in the Chicago Trib of Jurassic Park, and they gave it a 2 out of a 4. They did not like the movie. So if that's how it is nationwide, and if that's what word of mouth becomes, that's a negative for this. They need hits. That's what you got to have, because that stock's not looking good. AMD right back to the line in the sand. So we fell back to the 18-day average, not trending, got up to key resistance, and we talked about it as it was occurring. Overbought, never embedded, into the 100-day upper Bollinger Band. And when you look back at it, you go, oh boy, why did the market break? Because you were at resistance points on the chart. That's why. Disney's still acting terrible. Today, it's a breakout to the down. The target is 100.73, the lower Bollinger Band. To negate it, you got to get back over yesterday's high of 109.36, and I think the bears are going to be aggressive with it right now. In XLF, you peaked out up here. We've talked about that. I keep pointing that out in my morning subscriber video. I don't know where you're going to drift here. You're not in a trend. You're just sort of drifting around right now. I keep hearing that the financial services, the banks should do much better than they have. You would think that that's showing up. It's not yet doing it. And I would think that too. In XLI, the industrial sector, this is something of a failure. You lost your embedded reading. Where do you go when you lose the embedded reading? Right back to the 18-day average. Today's low, 93.60. 18-day average, 93.65. You're neutral going home. No way to know what it wants to do. The semiconductor stocks peaked out starting right here. And we talked about that day after day after day in these videos. You had a market that was overbought, and now it's pulled back here. Now, it's bearish going home. You'd have to get back up over these highs of 186.23 in order to negate that. So I think you're going to see selling in it, looking for 164.46. Here's what I'm fearful of. On the surface going home tonight, and I'm not saying that tomorrow you get CPI number can't change things. And I have told my clients, don't put on new trades until we're through that CPI number. I'll share that with you as clear as can be. Be careful. This is not the place in those. I like the energy part. I don't think it has anything to do with the CPI. But away from the energies, I'm very fearful right here. All right? I'd be very careful. I'm just not that comfortable. In XHB, are you going to lose the embedded reading? On the open tomorrow, you're going to lose it. So you're going to say he knows magic. How's that? No, how does he know that? Because you'd have to gap sharply higher not to. The way the math works to set up the slow stochastic, it's going to drop right on the opening. Doesn't mean it'll stay lost. Supports 61.19. Is the trend up? It is not. You're in a downtrend, but the bias is up. You've had an embedded reading, and it looks to me like it's going to lose that reading on the opening. The key isn't the open. The key isn't midday. How does it finish at the end of the day is going to be the key in it. Any reading under 79, you're out of that momentum uptrend. I think you peaked yesterday for a short term up here in XLE, and I was telling people, I don't mind telling you, on this pullback, I think you got to be a nibbler. You still have the embedded reading. You're at 84.93. It's not the same as 80.4. We'll see what happens. GLD. Is it going to hold or not? This is a big, important area. Gold's got to prove itself right here. It has disappointed over and over. I'm tired. And see how my eyes, if I could roll them, I would roll them. Over and over. The risk on the trade isn't big. It's like 30 cents. Don't get me wrong. But I'm so tired of it not being able to perform. That's all that I'm saying. I'm tired of covering it in a non-performing market where the better signals are the miners, and they're bearish. They're out and out bearish. Lower highs, lower lows, looking for the lower Bollinger Band. Copper finally pulled back from this rally into the 100-day average. Remember I told you it's acting a better resistance than the Bollinger Band, and now you've lost the embedded reading. Time to be sidelined. I'm the happiest guy because I'm the biggest bull on this, and I don't have my clientele in the market. I told them to be out of it a long time ago. Now I wait for the new trades. AGG. Well, how could you be anything but bearish going into tomorrow's CPI and next week's Fed report, but you're oversold? So I'm bearish, oversold, adios. I don't want my clients doing anything. And the dollar stepped on everything today. I mean everything. The dollar just went bananas to the upside. It could be targeting 27.80. It's got momentum to the upside. It's overbought. It is not a buy here. It is overbought. It could get the shorts, nail them, try to get up there. If you take out 27.33, this heyday rally has run its course then. Now we have to see, can it go anywhere? And FXE, I was so happy. It lost its embedded reading. The futures had done this a week before you did it here. And now this is now back in line with the futures, both in bear trends. Yeah, the dollar's still reigning supreme. This is going to have to rebuild to get bullish. It's bearish at this point in time. So, I look at those things and I try to figure out, hey, where does this all come from? I don't know if we have another chart tonight or not. No, that's it. That's what I was putting together for you. But I do want to remind you that, in the morning, like tomorrow morning is going to be just so important as I work with you and we start talking about what do we do with the CPI number. First, what is it? The good news is I don't record my morning SPDR ETF until 9. That means I'll have a chance, an hour and a half where I've reviewed everything. I'll be covering all these markets in there.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Stocks channel. My name is Corey, and today in the stock market we see a sizable sell-off prior to the CPI data tomorrow, and we are starting to break down out of the trading range. First up, let's take a look at the S&P 500 SPY ETF. So let's crack open this chart and see what's going on in the stock market today. Alright, so first we will address the obvious, and that is that there is going to be a large move overnight that will likely send SPY way higher or way lower before the market even opens tomorrow. And remember, that's the game you signed up for when you decided to be an investor and a trader. So if you don't like all of this volatility breaking out of this trading range, you're much better off just waiting until there's clear direction in this market. So the first thing you need to pay attention to is that SPY did lose 2 critical support levels today, so you're automatically getting risk off if you're following price action, because we broke down through the trading range below SPY 408 and closed below our 20 simple moving average, which was at SPY 404. The next critical support is down here at 394, which is our support trend line, and that could easily be blasted right through before the market even opens tomorrow. So that is always something you need to be paying attention to when you're getting these important data points coming out and you're getting a volatile market. So the number one price action you still need to be watching for in the bull scenario is that we get some type of higher low, which is more than likely going to have SPY holding up somewhere above 400 or about 393 to about 390, which should then cultivate some price action that sends us back to a higher high, with the price target more than likely up there at SPY 430. If we get this price action of higher highs and higher lows, that should put an end to the bear trend, and that should send a lot of bears in this market into hibernation. But we cannot assume this is going to happen. We need to actually see it happen. So in the other event, in the bearish scenario, we are going to make a brand new low, or at least retest the previous low, and we could be well underway in that move right now. And that retest or next leg lower is already well underway with today's price action, because we did get a very bearish candle closing at the low of the day and slicing through 2 critical support levels like they weren't even there. Now that could change very quickly, so CPI data tomorrow morning could still reverse this bearish candle, so we will want one more day of follow through, closing below 404 on SPY to verify that we are going lower. But by then we could already be much lower, so you want to use this risk level down here at 394 to about 393. And if we are going into the bear market scenario, we are going to break down below the previous low at 381 and very likely make that next leg lower at either 376 or 370. And yes, we could go lower than that in an extreme bear market scenario. So you really need to just watch price action and know these critical levels. And if you start seeing price action breaking down below SPY 394, you instantly need to start expecting this next leg lower all the way down here around 370. Do not forget that there is the possibility that this is going to be a higher low, and then we will still get a bullish breakout at a later date. So don't completely write off the possibility that the market could be trying to put in a higher low before going any higher, even though it's less likely now that we did break out of the trading range to the downside and lose 2 very critical support levels. Remember, I tell you the market loves to fool and hurt the majority, and right now, coming out of this trading range with this very large move right before a major data release, That is definitely causing a lot of people confusion and uncertainty on what to expect, and that's why it's always better to have a trade plan that uses proper risk management and follows price action. So you should not be risking too much right now going into such an important event, and then afterwards you can always see what the price action is and scale in accordingly. So just to recap on SPY, the bears are getting stronger now that SPY is below the 20 simple moving average, and the final line of defense for the bulls will be down here right around 394, and below 394 we are likely retesting the low at 381 or making that next leg lower, and you're not getting bullish until you see that this becomes a higher low and we start to break out back above SPY 408, and then we could start to say the bulls are still out there buying the dip and we could be heading up to SPY 430. On the NASDAQ 100 triple Qs, we were down 2.68%, and just like SPY, the triple Qs printed a very bearish candle and broke down through the two critical support levels at triple Qs levels of 306 and 300. We did fill the gap on the triple Qs at 300, so as to be expected, but we don't know for sure the price action is going to reverse from here because we closed at the low of the day and we don't yet see tomorrow's price action. So tomorrow you're looking for follow through for the bears on a second day in a row closing below 300, and it could be a very volatile day tomorrow, so we could be heading much lower, so you will want to watch the next critical support at 293 and the previous low at 285. And if we start breaking down below 293, it is very likely that we're going to 285 or the next leg lower at 276.8 or 269.5. The higher low situation should have price action holding up above about 299 to 293. So if we lose those support levels, you will want to get a lot more risk off and a lot more bearish. Now, if we see price action bouncing off any of these levels at 300 or 293 and breaking back above 306, that will be the bullish price action. But wait for the confirmation. Don't just assume it's going to happen, because as I continue to tell you, this is still a very strong downtrend and a very strong bear market, especially in the triple Qs. In the event the bulls do cultivate a higher low and get the bullish breakout, you're still looking for strong resistance at 318 and 330. In the Dow Jones, we were down 1.94%, and again we lost two critical support levels, breaking down below 326 and breaking down below 324, but the Dow Jones did not close the gap at 322. So it's still possible we have a little more downside to fully close that gap. The higher low would be anywhere above 316, so get a lot more risk off if we lose support at the 320s, and then we lose support at 316. You're looking for either a retest of the low at 308 or a brand new low at 297. If we bounce from a higher low and break out back above 326, that will be bullish, but we'll still have strong resistance in the low 330s, and above 333 we have the bullish breakout for a retest of 340. On the Russell 2000 IWM ETF, we were down 2.33%, and again we have a bearish candle losing one of our support levels, but we are still above critical support at 183 and the 20 simple moving average right around 182. If we lose support at 182, look for a retest of the low at 175, and below 175 we're very likely making the next leg lower to fill the gap at 165.7. Your bullish breakouts are closes above 189, and then the bullish breakout is above 191.5. And if we get that bullish price action, we could start heading all the way back up to 205. On the RK ETF, we were down 6.07%, coming back down to the 20 simple moving average right around 43, and we have a clear rejection from resistance at 47. So I continue to remind you this is a strong bear market, and do not get bullish until we start closing above 52. From the rejection at 47, if we lose support around 43, look for a retest of the lows right around 40 to 39. And if we break down through that support, we're more than likely heading to the price target at 33.7. But do note that the Bollinger Bands are squeezing, so there's not going to be a lot of downside room for the price action in the near term. So we'll more than likely see sideways consolidation or slight downside. On the VIX, we were up 8.89%, and we did see the VIX spiking off of that support level at 24, so that is exactly what we were expecting to see in the volatile pullback scenario, and that is exactly what we got today. So we needed to see the VIX getting consecutive closes below 24 for the next bullish signal, and right now we're left guessing whether or not this is just a spike in the VIX during a pullback, or we're getting ready for another spike in the VIX for the next leg lower in a bear market. So be cautious while the VIX is elevated above 24, and the next confirmation of a bearish leg lower will be when the VIX breaks out back above 30, and we're getting a lot more bullish if the VIX starts breaking back down below 24. On Bitcoin, we're currently flat, still trading right around 30,000, sitting just above the 20 simple moving average. And remember, Bitcoin is very simply trading in a trading range right now, and you're not getting bullish until we break out above the trading range above 32,000, and you're not getting bearish until we break down below the trading range below 29,000. Everything in between 29,000 and 32,000 is just a volatile whipsaw, so try not to get whipsawed in between critical resistance and support, and be prepared to trade the breakout in either direction. If we break out below 29,000, you're more than likely coming back down the retest support at 25,000, And if we get the bullish breakout above 32,000, look for the retest of resistance at 37,000. On Nvidia stock, we were down 3.22%, and Nvidia is starting to come back down to this critical support at 179. But as long as we are above this critical support, it is still looking like we could make that next leg higher to 200 or 210, and we're getting a lot more bullish above 210. If we break down below 179, look for a retest of the low at 161. And if we break below 161, look for the price target at 150. On Tesla stock, we were down 0.89%, and intraday Tesla was looking bullish, temporarily spending some time above resistance at 762, but failed to close above that level and closed just on top of the 20 simple moving average. Tesla overall still has a lot of bearish structure, so it still could be trying to come back down to 620 or a brand new leg lower at 571. So look for that price action in the event we start breaking down below support at 700. You're getting a lot more bullish above 762 to 775 for a retest of 828 and 900. On Apple stock, we were down 3.6%, and Apple clearly had that rejection from resistance at 150 and is coming all the way back down to support right around 142. Below 142, look for a retest of the support zone at 137. And if we break below 137, it's very likely we're trying to get to that price target at 130. And that could be the bottom in Apple stock. So I would watch that level very closely in the event that we do get there. You're not getting bullish until we get the close above 150. And then we should get the retest of 156. And above 156, we're getting a lot more bullish for the gap close at 174. On the financial sector, we were down 2.5%, closing well below the 20 simple moving average after that rejection from the 50 EMA. So you're watching for a higher low and a bullish breakout back over the 50 EMA before you get bullish in the financials. The industrial sector was down 1.97%, coming back down to the 20 simple moving average, which is the very critical support. If we lose this support, look for the gap close below right around 91.7. The healthcare sector was down 2.26% with the price action back below all the moving averages after a very clear false breakout look above the 50 EMA. So be cautious of the next leg lower if we lose this support zone right around 125. The energy sector was down 2.21%, so not even the energy sector was safe today, closing back down below the previous 52-week high of resistance. So we need to see another bullish breakout above 90 before we start getting more bullish on the price target at 99.6. Because even though we did have two closes above 90, it could still be a false breakout and we could still be coming all the way back down to close the gap right around 86. So jumping back over to the S&P 500, without a doubt, we are going to see a continuation of today's volatility with tomorrow's CPI data, and nobody knows for sure whether it's going to be an up move or a down move, so just be prepared for either scenario and follow the price action. You know the bears are in control now that we lost two critical support zones, so the bulls have one last line of defense at 394, so set your risk at that level if you're still holding long trades. And if you want to be bullish, you are waiting for confirmation of a reversal from this falling knife day. Let the price action make a higher low and get a bullish breakout, and then you can start taking on more risk to the long side. But do not try to catch a falling knife. That is a terrible idea in what could be a bear market trying to make the next leg lower. So use proper risk management and let the price action guide you on where we are going from here. There are still viable setups for a bull scenario and a bear scenario, so you cannot completely rule out either scenario at this point in time. Remember, the bears still have the advantage of the strong downtrend, so you have to give all the benefit of the doubt to the bears, which means the bulls are the ones that have something to prove because the bears clearly have the advantage of a strong downtrend. Also, don't forget that I do have Bank Trade Alerts, which is an algorithm-driven trade alert service that only trades the ETF TQQQ and sends you all of your buy and sell alerts directly via email and text message. Even in the bear market of 2008, Bank beat the market and had a very positive return. If you're looking for more information or want to subscribe, you can click on the link in the description of this video. I also have the Stocks Channel Discord where I do intraday updates and analysis and bring new trade ideas to you weekly. If you're interested in joining the Stocks Channel Trading Discord community, you can find out how to join the Discord server by clicking on the link below. So thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you're crushing this market, and as always, I will see you in the next episode.
Ira Epstein of Leonard Associates with your morning flash update, and this update is for Friday, the 10th of June, 2022, 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Well, as you can see, the stock market plunging down 500 points in the Dow, 70 points in the S&P. The only good news, as I see, is it's down so much on the opening that I seriously doubt that it'll stay down this much by the close. That's just my guess. But you're saying, hey, if it's going to accelerate from here, is it going down 1,000 points today? I don't think so. The dollar's surging, too much for the metal markets. They're down. In addition, in copper, more bad news out of Shanghai. They're looking more and more as though this thing can go into another shutdown. Yeah, I hate to say it, but that's the word this morning, that if they're discovering more cases, they might have to shut down again. That'll put it down. When is America and the world going to learn you've got to get away from China as a supply chain? Why? Because they're the craziest thing. Today, Beijing's ordering more hospital and emergency facilities, longer-term ones. Why? They're going to stay with the zero COVID policy. I thought they'd get smart enough and say that's not going to be what they stick with. Not looking that way when they place that type of order. The market's paying attention to it. Look at how they're hurting all the currency markets except the yen, which is getting a bid because the Japanese government has woken up and said, maybe it's fallen too far and we should do something. I don't know what they can do. Down hard or not so hard in the grain markets, bonds and notes. The news today, the CPI, and we'll get to that in a minute, weighing on it. An early correction in the energies. Do I think it's a real change? No. I think you've just got to be careful and understand the craziness in the natural gas over the next 10 days or so that you're going to get, as we have to get more information on when that facility in Texas actually gets itself up and going after the explosion that held it back. But the early read on the CPI is the problem for the market. And here's what it was. When you come to it, the CPI number up 1% to 7%. Wow, that is not what the market was looking for. Now, ex-food and energy, the core. This is an important number, up 0.6. They expected it up 5. Prior was 6, so it's running right there. Energy prices, we know they're soaring. Prior month was down 2.7. This time they're up 3.9. Food prices, prior was up 0.9. This time they're up 1.2. Consumer price year over year, 8.6. They expected 8.3, so this is a hotter read than the market had. And May core ex food and energy up 6%. They expected 5.9. The prior was 6.2. What the market will hang its hat on, whether right or wrong, is the core number, because that takes out the month-to-month, some of the gyration. And they'll say, okay, it's up, but it's moderating. It's not as high as it was before. What nobody's talking about here, and you have to go further into the numbers, is wages are not keeping up with inflation. That's first thing. Number two, this type of hot reading puts another foot into the September period where the market's going to look at another 50 basis point hike. This number is not going to get the Fed to sit back and say, oh, well, let's wait and see. This will cause more and more arguments that there should be 3 50 basis point hikes. At 9, we're going to get the University of Michigan preliminary consumer sentiment numbers. They're looking for 58.5 compared to 58.4 before. I don't know how they'd feel after the CPI number. Treasury's going to release their May receipts and outlays. Canada added 39,000 jobs in May. That's much higher than the expectations for 25,000. And it puts their jobless rate down to 5.1 in May versus 5.2 in April. It's got to be like a 20-year low or something, I would think. So that is one of the areas that you look at. So when I'm looking at all this, I'm trying to figure out what the heck you can do to work with everything, and that becomes the hardest thing of all. So as I'm looking at this, here's what I think. I think you go at this point in time and you take a look at our futures trading kit to get an idea as to what does number one, like in core CPI, what does this all mean? What is the Fed going to look at the M1, M2, and M3? In other words, they've got to look at the money supply. The Fed's got to look and say, hey, we got to do one thing. We've got to start tightening. We got to shut off a lot of this demand. But they have to avoid a recession. That is going to be the hardest trick in the world. So that's where this cause and effect sheet comes up, and it's part of the trading kit. It is important. It's something you want to look at. Then my pivot point videos, we get a lot of response on this. It's all part in there. So's the Aruna indicator. 14 different chart patterns. It's a PDF download. Print it out. Keep it by your desk. I think you'll find it interesting. And then we're always updating with the CME group to give you what? To give you the latest of their reports. So you put this in, you learn key economic events, what is going on. It's all free, folks. It's one download. It's the simplest thing you've seen. Just go to our website under free offers, or you can click right here with your cursor, come up, follow my finger, go to the top there, and you'll be able to work with it. You'll see an icon, just give it a click from there. Remember what I said, though, as we get to the markets. You're looking at the early big declines. Other than a short covering going into the weekend, I can see that. I don't think you're going to accelerate to an 800-900 point decline today. I think a lot of this was in the market in the sense that the market was saying to itself, what if the number's hotter? I was talking about that, pointing it out to you all week. But it's been a hard week of trading because even the currencies, my favorites, they got set back a little bit. Okay, you start over. It's that simple. No big damage. I'm Ira Epstein. You have a great weekend. You will see me. I will be putting out the weekly updates. I'll try to get them out either today or tomorrow for you. And we'll cover the weekly charts right here as well. Take care. See you then.
Guys, this is so sick.
22, and right now as I'm recording,
So sick. Today could be a life-changing day.
the house, the house, the house, the house, the house, the house,
Can you guys hear me?
the house,
Can you guys hear me?
the house,
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
the house,
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
the house. Expectations for the house. Expectations for the house. Expectations for the house. Expectations. 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 Expectations.
You guys still hear that loop? I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to fix it. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. Okay, we're good now, right? I think it's gone. Okay, we're good now, right? I think it's gone. Okay, we're good now, right? I think it's gone. Okay, I paused the audio. Am I still repeating? Are we good now? What do you hear? We're good? Alright. I don't know why I was doing that. I still hear a loop. I still hear a loop. I still hear a loop. Alright, I paused it because it's looping from my speakers, but I think I hear like the loop of like the microphone making a sound. Are you guys looping? Okay, alright, I'm gonna just start talking. I'm not gonna try to test it on my speakers. Just let me know if anything is wrong or if we're good like normal. Alright, this is sick. They're definitely cracking 390. This is sick. This is sick. I mean, maybe not on this first run right here, but man, look how slow the take is. I mean, we have a big gap down. I mean, dude, we're down 10 points right now. You know, you're not going to see a big move, big flush. We were like stuck in mud right here. We were barely moving here. So I was looking at the chart yesterday, and you know what? Man, there's a good chance we do break the lows. I mean, we'll see how this plays out. I still got my bid at $1 on the 393s. Damn, they're $1.35. Oh shit, what bell was that? An old bell from 390 97. Oh my god, this is sick. This is sick. So we're probably gonna get, what is this? Yeah, 390 and a quarter. So you know, the high. So we could possibly pop 3 points here. Let's say the 394s are $1. If we pop 3 points, it would be a solid double. I think I'm gonna leave my bid in these 393s for $1. I mean, I'll change it if right now there's no reason uh, to be long. However, so this is a 15-minute. I mean, man. I mean, now that I look at it, I didn't look at all the charts at all until, you know, I'm just starting to look right now. I mean, do we get some kind of squeeze V bottom? I mean, that's obviously possible in a day like today. But this 15-minute is so ugly. You know, we're not gonna. The dust won't settle, man. And the Stoke is so ugly. This is, man. This is ugly. You know what? Where are we at here? $1.25 on these 393s. If we fall another dollar, it'll be under a buck. 390 is getting hit. I don't know on this run right now here, but man, that I don't. We're probably not filling that gap now, based on the look. Um, we're probably not filling that gap today. I mean, this is very, very nasty. Very nasty. We're probably gonna. Ugh, don't even buy the 393s today. Go. Um, well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. So I think I'm gonna be sticking to the 393s. Depending how much under 390 we get, then the 392s. Because no matter how low we go, we're definitely gonna at least test and very likely break that pivot at 392. So, you know, depending how the day shapes up, you know, we may not even enter the gap today if it gets really nasty. You know, we hit like 385, something crazy like that. Um, then maybe at best into the close we break 395 or something. I don't know. We gotta wait for the dust to settle. But the 15-minute is ugly. This may, it's tough to say right now. Even the 5-minute has a lot of work. So 390, the fact that we gapped under 400, 390 on this first run, they're probably going to come short. It's tough to say because it's so bearish that, you know, maybe people are going to be thinking, oh, that holds, and they are going to flush it a bit. So I know what I'm going to do. So yeah, 393s on this first shot. I'm gonna at least get one. I'm gonna lower my bid under $1. So my plan is to play a bounce, just small, like maybe one or two, and then once the chart really settles in, like I'm talking on the 15-minute, the 15-minute puts the brakes on the downside. I'm waiting for that 15-minute to fully. This 15-minute is saying, you know, maybe we see 387, 385 if it gets crazy. This 15-minute can still go for a few more candles. They're probably going to put in some hammer or doji or something. So they're probably, you know, maybe this one closes under 390, but I don't see, you know, I see maybe one more pretty good red candle coming out of here, and then after that, you know, some dojis and hammers and whatever, so they could break lower, but they'll bounce. It's not going to hold. So for right now, you know they're definitely breaking 390. Maybe not on this one, but the next candle. But it's tough to say how this is playing out, because I will say this weekly is so damaged now. It's a tough call here. You know, the way it's looking, and you know, on some big flush on the next week or two, you know, if we do break and it gets crazy, 360 is going to get hit. That is to be determined, but we're setting up for a very sick bounce state, a potential sick bounce back over 400. It's possible. The reason is, if we don't get that sick bounce, this weekly posture, I mean, we're definitely going to see 375 in the next couple weeks. If this weekly doesn't close and firm up very nicely, I mean, I don't even see how this could fix itself, because even if we close above 400, I don't know what this is going to look like. Man, it's right now, I mean, there's no reason to be guessing, you know, where it's going to go. I'm just speculating. You know, this is, man. I mean, if we get a sick bounce and they do close as close to 400 or better, this could fix the chart. But the weekly before, I mean, this is a big gap down. I thought they were going to gap like 398 I was guessing 398 gap, something like that. And then from there, it the charts, right now this big gap just kills, well, the daily, and then now how the weekly is going to close. So yeah, it's a tough call. We're definitely seeing 385. I'm not saying today, but 385 will be getting cracked next week. And then, we'll have to determine whether they're going to break the low, which if they're down there, why not? But, you also have a lot of bears out there. And then with a move like this, everyone's hopping in short. And you got to imagine, too, if we hit 385, that's a 30-point dump in a week. 30 points in a week, that's big. 30 points in a week is insanely big. So the thing is, too, on the daily here, I don't see this, so we could do that. We could take out that low. But it's not going to stick, most likely. So we are going to get that bounce, and then from there, rip it back. I don't know, this is very interesting. I was going to get a 390 put from the open, or, right around, somewhere around here. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, 3 points is a double. Let's see, where are they at right now? Yeah, they're not even doubled yet. 390 put, so I was like, no, I'm looking for more. But this 5-minute on 390 is saying we're probably going to see like 389, 388. Well, 389 probably gets cracked. Look at the Stoke here. Look how, this is so dirty. This is so dirty. Look at, since 2 o'clock, it's just been embedded here. See what I'm talking about? Okay, so for all the people that don't know how to read a chart, oh, we're oversold. Let me flip the chart. No, we're not oversold. We're in the power zone. This is the power zone. Okay, see how it can stay up here? This is strength. To get big moves, you have to be up here. You could come from here and make a move. Wait, I didn't say anything about if you hear me. Are you guys hearing me all along here? Or IT, did you pause the video? Are you hearing me as I'm talking about the Stoke right now? Alright, we're good? Okay. Because IT's talking about, I hear you. I said that about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, this is so man. Funny, I was talking about getting, let's see the Monday 400 put. Because I was talking, so holding today's puts, that's just a gamble. You could have held one. But let's see Monday, if I would have, even at the close on Monday, even at the close yesterday, the 390 put at the close was 50 cents. Oh my god, it's 350. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just kill me. I was talking about the 390 puts for Monday, and even if I got them at before the run up, they were a dime. They were a dime before the run up. I'm sorry. Did I say 390? Oh, my bad. Okay, hold on a second. I wasn't getting the 390s. Okay, the 400s. Okay, I was a little shocked there. Okay, so either way, there were $3 at the close. They're $10 now. So, obviously, this just killed the trade. We didn't want to chase it. But even for Monday, they were at the close. If you bought them, they were $3. They're over $10 now on the 400s. So what I wanted to say is, hey, I didn't hear anything from anyone else. Vlad, anyone else? You guys can hear me. Everything good? We're good, right? Everything good? Okay. I'm just double checking. We're good? Yeah? Can I get it? Someone else? Are we good? IT, we good? Vlad, we good? Okay, okay. Alright, okay. Just double checking because it's quiet. It's quiet in here for being, well, there's nothing really to do right now, but, I thought there'd be more, chatting, just with all this craziness. Anyway, okay, so, I don't want to go deep into this talk. I'll say it for another time. The bottom line is, see what I'm talking about? How you don't gotta YOLO and go deep out of the money or get them for tomorrow. Or, I mean, you could probably win a week out. The point is, this happens suddenly, but there's times where you could get in. Let's say this week. Okay, we started getting bearish Thursday. So Thursday, I killed it on those four teams. I forgot what it was. Anyway, so Thursday, if I would have seen because Thursday I was talking about, okay, the daily changes. I said we're going lower before higher, okay, and Thursday confirmed on the close we're going lower before higher. So let's go to next Friday, okay, next Friday the 17th on the monthly 400 puts. You could have bought them Thursday and said, all right, I'm swinging this because we're definitely filling 405. So you could win to next Friday, which isn't super long, okay, but the point is, for coming from dailies and stuff, to next Friday, you're not sweating anything. Okay, the 400s, Thursday at the close, were 275. Okay, they're $13 right now. So that's something that I'm not saying I'm gonna swing, but I really kind of have to assess not trading at least daily sometimes when the chart doesn't look. So, for example, Wednesday, I got in those puts even saying the chart's not ready, but my gut feeling, I'm hopping in. Okay, and now look what happened. So you want to talk about gut feeling? I wasn't saying this is going to happen, but again, lower before higher on Wednesday. So I was an idiot because those were the dailies when the chart wasn't even ready. The point I want to say is, on a day like that, at the minimum, I could got Friday. Now I'm not saying I would have held it into the close and just held on to the loss because I'm like, we're going lower. But if I got next Friday's on Wednesday, I could have held it because I'm like, no, this move is BS. I'll roll the dice a little bit. I'll hold it. till Friday, till this Friday, for next Friday. So I don't even have to go to Wednesday, because Wednesday they would have been cheaper. Wednesday they would have been $2. I would have got them for like 2.25. Okay, $2 on Wednesday. Okay, they're $13. They're gonna hit 14. It would have been a 7-bagger. A 7-bagger. A 7-bagger going out till next Friday. Buying them this Wednesday, and today I would be, in 2 days I'd have a 7-bagger for puts for next Friday. So see what I'm talking about? That's why you don't have to get stupid with out of the money or all that. You don't have to do that. It's stupid. Okay, all that risk for no reason. Okay, now granted, from Thursday, okay, we're down over 20 points. Okay, so this is unusual. Okay, this you're not going to get 7-baggers like that. You know, this is a very rare move. But the point is not that this might happen. The point is, you know, even if we moved 5 points, okay, let's see. So if you bought those Thursday into the close, because you're like, okay, it's looking bad, okay. So yesterday, the move where I sold at 407.50, they hit $4. You would have got them for 275, and they hit $4. Okay, so you're talking, let's just say 50%. Okay. No, it wouldn't have been. I'm talking about getting in on Wednesday. After Wednesday, it's been downhill from there. There would have been no heart attack. I would have been doing backflips and jumping up and down because they would have been working out. Well, obviously yesterday's closed, but it would have been. So the point I'm trying to make is you would have been up 50% going next Friday, okay? But the point is you're not going to be caught in any dailies or in 2 days. Like I said, so many times I've lost, well, especially on dailies, just for my target to get hit overnight or the very next day or maximum within 2 days. So the point is, you're wrong when you're right. So I was 100% right. I took a loss, you know, 50% loss, 80% loss, or whatever, on those puts or calls, and the trade ended up working exactly how I wanted it to work and planned it out, okay? So the point is, unless the chart is, you know, I have to make better assessments of the chart strength. You know, I always wanted to do this and I just never did it, but have a scoring system based on the MAs, based on the MACD, based on the daily, just some kind of very simple scoring system. Put it together and then tally up the points to get some kind of idea of, you know, how strong is the chart. And then based on that number, either get the dailies, Fridays, next Fridays, okay, like that. You know, you can't just be approaching every trade the same. You know, every time, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you know, you're always buying Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You know, that just based on probabilities, that can't work out. You know, that'd be stupid. You know, it's not always going to be like that. You're not always going to have, you know, an A setup, an A plus setup, even a B setup. You know, it might be just an average, just like it could be a C setup. You know, there's really nothing there. It might work. It's not good or bad. You know, so there's no reason to be getting into subpar setups on dailies. Okay, so if we go back to What bottoms are you talking about? Are you talking about here? Or the daily? Anyway, so let's go back to Wednesday. So here was Wednesday. Wait. No, it was Tuesday. Hold on. Oh, it was Tuesday. This is the day I thought this was going to be a double top, and they were going to come back down here. Okay, so here, again, that was a dumb trade. Before I took the trade, I said I shouldn't get in. It's not ready. So I didn't get in saying like, oh no, okay, this is looking pretty good. So not the best example. But the point I'm trying to say is because I even said, it's not ready. On a day like Wednesday here, I went short on the dailies like an idiot after I even said it's not ready, and okay. So in that case, why in the hell was I buying the dailies for Wednesday? Well, why? Because of course you want to, if you get Fridays, maybe you only make 30%. Okay, but you can't trade like that, and especially when the chart's not great. This is not even a setup, let alone an A, B, or C setup. Okay, so the point I'm trying to say is here I should have went to Friday's 410s here. That would have been the right thing to do, and I could have held them if I wanted to just, if I was thinking, we're not holding, we're at least coming back to 410. I could have held them, and I would have got paid the very next day. So even though I took that loss and I was wrong, but lower before higher worked out. Well, obviously it worked out. We're at 390. But the point is, the very next day, I got paid. Now I got in here, so granted it wasn't that great of a move, but the point is, not only did I not lose money, I made money on the trade, going out to Friday, and buying a little more time there. Okay. And then obviously if I held them in the Friday, I wouldn't have held them in the Friday. Let's say I bought the 410s here for Friday, at 411, even if these, I would not have held. There's, they would have been probably like $2 here or something. So that means if we go to 408 at best on Friday, then, they're still worth $2. So I wouldn't have held, because obviously I didn't know this was going to happen. And it doesn't matter if that happened, because here, we bounced here. So there's no reason to hold them, because that's just too risky. And then, you'd be right on the trade here anyway. So you'd be getting in for, they'd probably be down 50% right here. So I could have just bought them back. The 410s, that's conservative here. Bought the 410s back here, for half price. And then I could have held it. That's a conservative 410. I could have held it this whole time like we were doing it. And then even if I still sold at that 407.50, I would have gotten paid. And then because they were conservative, maybe I could have held it for at least the 407 break, and then sold the gap, got out after the gap. So yeah, I got to really. There's no reason to jump in yet. I mean, yeah, we bounced. $1.50. So let's see these. The 390. Oh, hold on, wrong. I gotta look at today. The 393s. Wow, they barely move. They hit a buck. They're up. They peaked at $1.40. Wow, you see that? See, there's so much premium in here. They hit 99 cents. So if I would have left my order, I would have been sitting fine. So now, see, now you wait. You pay that premium. So the big bottoms, what do you talk? Okay, so what about the big bottoms? Right here, it was one bottom at 380. So that was the reversal that I caught. I caught this reversal. This was a sick day. This was a I forgot. I think, did I have an 11 bagger on this day? I might have had an 11 bagger. Come on, man. Of course I'm not getting the puts. We're looking for a bounce here. Oh, speaking of the bounce, I forgot to look at this yesterday. Oh wow. Oh wow. Now, it doesn't mean we have to, just like this day here. Look at this. Remember this crazy day? So don't think at least we're gonna close 395. Do not even be thinking that. Because we might be testing these lows, so we could close wherever we want. So this was a 3 deviation move right here from 400. Remember this? We got murdered here. 15 points out of the expected move. So let's just say 10 points out of here. That's 393. So don't you learn the lesson here. We don't have to come back at all because we're in these unique times right now on a correction after the biggest bull run in history. Okay, we're correcting off a historic run since 2020. Okay, so anything's possible. This isn't a normal market. Okay, I mean this is like, you see this probably once a season, and normally this does not hold. This is probably like twice a year you might see that it holds. Okay, the key thing is it held at that. This is sick. Okay, so we don't have to hold anything now. We're gonna break 390. Okay, that's why you gotta be patient. Right now there's no reason to jump into anything. No reason to jump into anything. I mean, if you're scalping, whatever. I'm not a scalper, so I'm not with you there. But now look at the 15 minute. Even the 5 minutes is still bad. So this is looking a little good here. So on the next, okay, so this is good. On the next candle, I'm going to buy the dip. Small. So this look right here, on the next candle, they probably flush 390. I hope they do. You got that trend line there. I don't know where that trend line's from. But it is a little thicker. So on the hourly, you can't see. I don't know which one it was, but it's probably this one. So we got some important trend lines here. So, at worst today, we crack 388 in my opinion. We might hit this on the next hour. I mean, man, this is so nasty here. So on a day like this, you can't be thinking like, oh, look how extended we are. No, 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 no. We could hang around down here. We could close just above 390. So this hour just kicked off. So we're likely going to get a tail candle on here. How far? I don't know. Because when it's all said and done, I went from 395s to 393s. The right trade might end up being the 390s. Meaning, I'm not saying you can't play the 393s. I might get those for a bounce. But the point is, they may close 391. So meaning, we're going lower. We're gonna crack a little more, maybe 387, and then from 387 you buy those 390s for the move to, maybe 395 or something. Oh yeah. So right here, yeah, I forgot if I caught an 11 bagger on this day. I gotta look back at like a 5 minute to refresh my memory here. But you had a divergence on the MACD. Okay. So this was a tell right here. Once this candle closed, this was your entry on a dip. You know, for at least a minimum, a nice bounce. And right here, you caught, 6 points. Oh, I remember this day. I remember this day. I remember it now. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at this. Look at that beautiful retrace. Yeah. I bought the calls like preemptively here, and I got lucky into the close. So no, I ended up doubling my money after being down like 80%. Okay. That was because the 15-minute, that was my 15-minute epiphany that I'm not ever doing that again until that 15-minute is telling me, okay, this should be good. No preemptive stuff here until that 15-minute. Alright, speaking of the 15-minute, we just closed. So this next one here is likely going to test 390. See, you never know. Okay, so meaning they could, squeeze and chase out of here. Maybe we do get something like this to 395. Okay, I mean that's only 3 points, but they could do that. Kind of start to turn this and then kind of flag out and hang out, and right now we have no idea how this day is going to turn out. It's way too early, so we could get a little like squeeze and get everyone excited, and then come back down, consolidate, kind of just do nothing. This is going to give time to for the dust to settle, and then maybe into the close, maybe we get a move, possibly into the gap. What's the high? Cracking 396. And then maybe at best we hit this very important trend line at 397, 398. Okay, so right now it's too soon to tell. Right now, this is unlikely to paint a candle up. It could, but this is still very heavy here that we're going to kick something off here. Realistically, you shouldn't be. So we are putting a break. The brakes are being put to the downside. Doesn't mean on a 15-minute they could still crack 390 and then close above it. But for now, you shouldn't be looking for shorts for now. Again, they very well could tag or possibly crack 390 still, so you could get a couple points, but right now you shouldn't be thinking short right now. At a minimum, the risk to reward is horrible. What are you going to get out of it? And not that you're going to risk that they're going to squeeze it. It's just it's not a good setup. Oh. Yeah, see, my computer is loud. Not loud, but the fan's running. On days like this, Thinkorswim, it's just it's running more all the action, I guess. I'm almost at 50 degrees here. Normally I'm 10 degrees lower. Yeah, so if anyone got in calls, well, you paid for that lesson. As I was saying, you shouldn't be holding anything overnight. If you're going to be holding anything, you should be holding puts because we're probably gapping under 400. The reason I didn't take that trade is because I was guessing like a 398 gap, which is nice, but I wanted to save all my ammunition today for the potential of a sick bounce. 5-bagger minimum. So I knew I wasn't going to get a 5-bagger on those on puts with you know, a 3 or 4 point gap. You know, I probably get a good double, maybe a triple. Now, obviously, it worked out amazingly. Let's say if you got the 400s for today, man, what are those at? You could have bought them at the close. Oh, Jesus. You could have bought them at the close, the 400s, for 220. They hit $10. Unreal. They gapped up at 6. Man, the volume, holy moly. 15,400s at the opening candle. Man, you want to talk about YOLO. You could have got these 400s yesterday as we were consolidating. You could have got them for a quarter. A 40 bagger. Oh my God, you want to talk about Jesus. Oh man, a 40 bagger. You could have put $100 on the trade and made $4 grand. I mean, that's a total YOLO gamble trade. You know? But yeah, this has a lot of work to do. A lot of work. Man. It's so beaten down that I don't even know what's going to happen today. It's tough to say right now. So right now, this is what I was expecting. You know, coming short of 390 and getting some kind of bounce. You know, after this big move, 390 probably still going to get cracked, but not on the first run. Oh, look at this trend line. Look at that. It's not even a thick trend line. So you see why I leave this stuff here? So if I was in this trade, it just so happened to doji on this trend line, and then not risking that are they going to crack 390? Bam, there's your exit on that short. You know, hypothetical. You got this coming to an end, the trend line, your doji, bam, you're out of trade, and it closed at the lows. So you could have got out pretty much at the lows on any kind of short had you been in it there. Yeah, you gotta be careful because everyone's going to be bottom fishing. Everyone. So a day like this, when the chart has that much damage, everyone's trying to pick the bottom. You have to be very, very patient. I'm going to put on a small, you know, I might get one 393. When it firms up a bit, you know, looking for just at least a double, just to get something. You know, I don't want to just completely sit on the sidelines until that 15-minute firms up. So I may take just a very small, you know, $100 trade just to catch a little bit of a bounce, but not yet. You know, right now they're definitely going to hit 393 in this run. So I mean, that's a buck. You know, I'm looking for at least 2 points. So it's tough to call. Again, the chart is so damaged, but at the same time, it's so damaged that maybe it tries to fix itself all day, meaning, maybe they just spike 390 and then that's it for the downside, and all day it's just working on fixing itself. So again, it doesn't mean they're going to rip through 395. It just means, maybe this makes a run for 394, or we come back, possibly some quick spike, flush the lows, bounce out quickly, quick repair jobs to keep the chart not continually bearish, because this very well may be MACD capitulation. Like, this is just so bad. This is a very rare look. So what I'm trying to get at is, at worst, out of this bounce, we may take out 390. We get our divergence here, and that's it for the day. And that's low day for today. And then out of there, they could just chop around. Everyone wants the bounce. Everyone wants, okay, we're going to rip to the gap, or we're ripping for, that's probably not going to happen. So they could just go sideways and chop around from 395 to 392 for like 2 hours, giving time for this to repair itself. Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if we don't break 390, if only by a spike. Even though everyone wants that 390, the chart is just so bad that it would right now it's an 80% chance they're going to crack 390, given the chart. So the weakness of the chart overtakes, playing games with everyone wanting the 390. Like, they're going to get the 390 because this is such capitulation too. We're down here anyway, all that stuff, We'll see how this plays out here, but right now, this is very likely going to cross back down. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but this is very likely going to cross back down. We're going to get across, and I'm going to be looking at it on that recross up. That's going to be the first real long trade of the day. Right now we just bounced, $2. So I mean, $2 is really not much on a regular day. Those 393s peaked at 50% on that bounce. Speaking of it, I got my bid in here. I gotta pay attention to this. Thank God yesterday I paid attention to those 408s. I would have been, if I would have still been holding on them. I mean, it's a penny bid right now. We're so early in the day, and it's only a penny bid. I mean, obviously 17 points away, but see what I'm, take your losses. I mean, if it's down 90, well, if it's down like 90%, you might as well just stay in it. But at the same time, you're just gonna lose that $10 anyway. So, but the point is, I was down 50% on the trade, and then now I would be down 99% on the trade. Okay. You're gonna learn that lesson if you haven't already. Like, oh, it's already down, whatever. I'll just no. There's very rare times where the chart has to be supportive of a move in that direction. So this is good here. I hope they kind of hang around, but without a vicious move down, just kind of like slowly inching down here, keeping the MACD going. Not enough momentum to shift MACD, and we're going to still be climbing. And then I'm going to be looking for a turn back up here on the Stoke. I'm waiting for this to fix itself for an entry for a bigger bounce here. Yeah, it's gonna be it'd be a miracle if we fill this gap today. That would be a miracle. This chart has a lot of damage. So yeah, hopefully they spike that 390 and this 50. Actually, they're gonna do it on the next one. I was hoping it was this one, but okay, it's gonna happen on the next one. So I think I'm gonna wait till the next 15 minute. Yeah, you gotta be patient here. I talked about that 15 minute. Um, there's just no reason. Again, this could give a trade. So if they do crack that 390, I may get in because again the 15 minute you could get bounces in the 15 minute. I'm talking about the real bounce showing up on the 15 minute. But given the ugly 15 minute right now, they could crack 390 and maybe make a run to 393, take out that pivot within that weak 15 minute. So I would actually favor that, like maybe hold here, and then on the next candle or two, we get a spike. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna. It's tough to say right now. They could close below here on a couple candles, and then out of there we get like a little V bottom back above 390, 391. We'll see how this plays out here. Oh. Oh yeah, how about that VIX? Let's look at that VIX. Remember what I was talking about? How that daily doesn't have a posture? Oh man, there's no posture on that daily to support the upside on SPY. I was talking about that. I don't know, maybe here and here. Yeah, maybe. Oh shit! Oh god damn it! God damn it! I forgot my 393 bid. I'm in at 84 here. Oh well. We're definitely hitting 395, so I'll get a double out of these. I'm not worried. Oh well, okay. It is what it is. Man, I gotta stop doing that. Well, hopefully this holds because I bottom ticked it. No, now's the time you do want to analyze because there's nothing to trade right now. But anyway, look at the VIX. So we were, I think it was this day. I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, right here. I think it was Wednesday, possibly Thursday as well. But I was saying how this is not the posture you want. This is not the posture saying SPY's breaking out. And okay, here comes 425, or even, well, 420 maybe, but okay. It's not the posture saying, all right, let's go, 425, we're ready. I said that here. Either here or here before the move. It might have been in the morning here before the move happened. I was saying this is not the posture you want to see. This is the posture you want to see. You just want volatility just to be sucked out of the market on, this. I mean, this is textbook. This is ideal here, but this is not the posture. This was a smoking gun here. Not to be going long, for the breakout. Wow, I think they're gonna crack 390. So, but that'd be nice if I bottom tick this 393. That would be funny because I forgot about the order. They probably will break, and even if they don't break, it'll probably break my entry just because of time. but I'm up 15% right now. Alright, so now if this does hold, I don't think it does. We're looking at 393.50. If this turns into it probably don't. They're probably, based on the 15-minute, 390 should be getting cracked on this or the next 15-minute. And then you got this 20 just falling like a knife here. But it could, just to fix the 20, we probably crack 390, but we could get out of this hole here, not quickly, but we could continue a bounce just to flatten out this 20, and then from this bounce we could come back to the lows and then crack 390. But 390 is getting cracked. All right, so much for bottom ticking those 393s. Right now, anything's possible. I don't know about 385. That would be very rare. You know, maybe 387, 388, maybe. It's tough to say. See, what's tough to say is how this day is going to play out, because the weekly right now is in jeopardy. It's in jeopardy that we're gonna, if they don't take back 400 on the week, then that weekly is in serious jeopardy that we're gonna break 380. I mean, that's what needs to happen today. 400 needs to be taken back for the weekly. This weekly is right now in jeopardy here. This look right here. I mean, anything's always possible. You could get a rare look, and then, I mean, it's tough to say, because also too, this bounce, and now it's tough to say, man. It is tough to say. Like, if we could get a sick reversal here, I don't think that's happening. You know, but they would have to close above 400. The week would have to take back 400. I mean, how sick would it be if we did get some sick bounce? You know, we close like above 405. That would be sick. I would have probably 15 bagger on these 393s. I mean, that's very, very unlikely, though. Very unlikely. I mean, it's almost in question of us breaking high day. So it is too soon to tell how they're gonna play this day out. You know, we are down a lot. Yesterday was sick, and then the gap and go is even crazier. You know, we have a lot of support here. You know, this was a big battleground here. So they're not going to just slice through it. You know, okay, they're probably going to spike 390, and then I don't think they get much under 390 if they do that. You know, you also have just true capitulation. You know, oh, that's another thing too. We're finally going to get capitulation. So this was somewhat capitulation, but not textbook. But now, well, obviously, if we break here, if we break 380, but however it plays out, whether the break of 380 or a huge reversal day next week, you're going to see capitulation this month, a real capitulation. So we're talking, you know, something like this. We're talking like this here. You know, at least 200 million shares on SPY, at least 200 million. Oh, that's another thing too. Yesterday's volume. Look at this. For that move, that's weak volume. Yo, I was looking at that. Okay, I mean we had weak volume this whole time in the flag on these, especially on this update. That was a smoking volume. Remember I was talking about this volume here, and going into here, going forward. Well, I was saying I don't trust the market pretty much since here, but especially after this day, I was talking about not trusting it at all. I mean, this 8-point rip up on anemic volume. I don't care if we're in the flag. 8 points to the upside on this volume is ridiculous. So yesterday on this hard sell here, not even getting average volume. Even if you go back here, okay, we weren't crashing here or anything. This was a sideways move. That was the same volume that we had on a sideways move here. So now obviously, look where we are. The point I'm trying to say is, this is likely, they're probably going to hold it together, as in, this isn't the start. It's probably not the start, of the next leg lower. Yeah, they could crack the 380, maybe 375. So I mean that is a good leg. That's almost 10% from here. So I mean that is a leg lower. But what I'm saying is, it's not, it's not like here. Look at that volume. At least this was above average volume. So this kicked off the leg. This was legit. Okay, cracking 430 here. And then you got 50 points out of it. So this kicked off the leg. And look at the posture of the MAs here compared to here. So this is unlikely to hold. We'll have to see as it goes forward. Are they going to crack 380? Maybe next week. That is to be determined. It all depends how next week shapes out, because next week is going to determine the look. I mean, this is well, it all depends on today, because right now this is we're breaking 380 look, and then we're going to have a really nice bullish divergence out of there and rip out. That is the current look right now on the daily. So today is very critical. Were they close? At the absolute minimum, they have to close green, just to have the daily chart hanging by life support, the weekly too. Alright, well, we might as well put some bells in here. Still a lot of work to be done. They could still crack 390, but let's at least get some bells going here. To the upside, it's been a while. It's been a while since I had them on the upside, right? I've been short buys all week. So there's still a lot of work to be done. A lot. My target's going to be 390, 350, maybe 394 to sell this 393. But there's a lot of work to be done here. Like, I'm talking a lot of work. See, right now, I guarantee you everyone's buying those 395s. That is not the right thing. I mean, we could bounce and you can make the money, but right now is not the type of day and the chart posture to be thinking, oh well, they're going to break high days, so yeah, I'm getting the nice round number. No. So I was talking about, I was liking the 395s at $1. And then we got this. I pulled my bid, and I'm like, okay, 393s for $1, and I didn't even put them at $1. Oh, I changed it. It was $1, and then, as we were coming down, I brought it back under $1. So hopefully, if they spike 390, it holds. If that's the case, and we stay above 391, well then the 393s will be the call of the day. So see what I'm talking about? How you don't want to go out there on a day like today that has the potential to rip 10 points. I'm only going 2 points out of the money. Well, mainly because the chart currently has a lot of work to be done. And well, I mean, I didn't want to get in it. I forgot my order, but the point is, you got to be careful on a day like today, because a real bounce on a day like today is it's a coin toss. Now Monday, we might not have a nice bounce today, or like the real bounce, the real squeeze. It's more likely that happens like on Monday. If we get that situation where we close like 392, 393, that means on Monday we're probably going to get some capitulation, possibly 385 or something, on Monday. And then from there, if we hit 385 on Monday, you get the rip past 390, maybe 395. So right now, the way the chart looks, I would just say it's a coin toss that we're gonna get like a real rip squeeze, anytime today. Like I'm talking at least 5 points, so I'm talking a real bounce squeeze is, they hit 398 today. Like right now, that's a coin toss that we hit 398 today. Hitting the gap, man, the way it looks now, let's just say 20% chance. 80% of the time, after this action and the way the chart looks, they're not hitting that gap today. Not today. Possible, but unlikely. Very unlikely. I hope they do. I hope somehow, because that means the chart's going to morph into a bounce look, and we're going to catch a really nice bounce. Because the way the chart is, it's so damaged, the chart's not going to run away at any point. Until it kind of firms up a little bit, maybe we get some kind of news, and then you could get a spike off the news, but other than that, you will definitely know when it's time to get in. The chart is not going to run away from you. Especially now, at a bare minimum, all the 400 call buyers have to get screwed. At a bare minimum, the chart is saying it's probably not going to begin to look like a bounce setup until the afternoon. It's going to need at least 2 hours to transform from this bearish look to, okay, it looks like the bearish momentum has subsided. and we may be getting a bounce. That's going to take 2 hours to begin to look like that for a real bounce. Ooh. So yeah, I got a 393 for 84. So there's a good shot. They break high day. So I could get a solid 3-bagger out of this. Again, I didn't mean to be in it, but I'm not worried about it. But I'm probably going to sell on any push to 394. Right now we should hit 393. By the end of the hour. As crazy as that may sound, I'm not even saying the next 20 minutes or whatever. You may need 40 minutes to bounce another $1.50 here. That's how weak the chart is, because the 390 crack is still possibly on the table. And this volume surprisingly fell off here. That's kind of a little surprising this early. Yeah, I mean, even look at this. See, so right now it's a coin toss whether we're going to crack 390 before we see 393. I want to say it's a 60% chance that we're going to see 393 first. I mean, look at the volume here on this break. Nothing here, and then just consolidated. Still really no volume, so we may have ran out of sellers. Everyone probably got squeezed yesterday. And then, I'm sure they sold at that open too. And then into here, so look at the volume. On this break here, that was decent volume here, but the volume is going down as we're going lower here. So we're kind of running out of sellers here. And you got to think too, even though we're down 10 points, gapping under 395, there's people thinking today, oh, okay, we're crashing. 380, baby. There's people out there like that. So you still have people that are aggressively shorting. This gap down, it put a big move today in jeopardy. I was really hoping it'd be like a 397, 398. Then they could flush some more under 395, and that would be a better posture for a bounce from a 395 flush back above 400. But this is too big of a gap here. And put that in jeopardy. Oh man. Alright, they're going to flush 390. So a 390 flush, and out of there, we make it a squeeze to 392. I don't think this is going to hold. Ugh. It's tough to say here, man. It is just very ugly. A very, very ugly chart. I mean, it could. You know, they could spike to like 388 on this. Well, not this 15 minute. It's tough to say right now, but the 15-minute is very ugly. Very, very, very ugly. I would say the downside will diminish by like 80%. We need like a couple more candles. So this is going to take till the end of the hour to firm up enough where the downside is going to be, they're going to put the brakes on it. So right now it's a question of, well, obviously, are they going to break 390? And I think they do, but they could be playing games with it because everyone wants it at the same time. A break of it is going to suck people in. So that's why it's always tough to say how it plays out. We had this move down here, and then now you got people picking the bottom. So are they going to just make it that easy? We're going to hold. All right, you got lucky against 390, and then you're going to pay the bottom pickers right here after we've been consolidating for an hour here. So you just got to wait and see how it plays out here. But they should break 390 at a minimum, crack it. And you got this trend line here that they didn't hit, right under 390. Oh man. Yeah, this is the look right here, saying 390 is getting broken for sure. Probably even 389. So if you want to base it off that flag, so low 389s is going to get hit, is my guess. If they break 390, 389, 389 and a quarter should be getting hit. And then out of there, that's where they jump out of that hole, back above 392. But at a minimum, that 390 should get cracked. That 1 minute posture is staying lower. Look, I have no trend lines here. Aside from that one. So I have, I've been trading with the downside the past week. There's no trend lines here. Oh, oh, oh. What do you guys think? You think 390 is getting cracked? Yeah, a spike at a minimum. I think 389. A spike at a minimum, but I'm even thinking 389. Yeah, you got to be careful. Even just scalping on a day like today, you got to be very careful. I need to work on this myself, but you got to be patient looking for the quality setups. Part of my problem is, I'm trying to trade every day. I'm not saying you can't put on a trade every day, but I come in every day looking for a great trade. I mean, obviously you want a great trade, but you got to take what the market gives you. Like a day like today, okay, this could be a great day to actually be scalping, just because you're getting, even if you're not getting big movements, they can be quick movements. But the thing is, you got to be careful on a day like today. And you always got to be careful, but there's much more risk involved on a day like today. So what I'm trying to get at is, wanting to be always involved in a trade, you could end up paying for it. That's why you got to be careful. There's going to be easier trades that come along. You want to see an easy trade. I'll wait till they crack 390 so we see how it plays out. Oh. I think the target's like 389, 15, 20 on the bear flag. So they're just playing games right now, as expected. And again, it's not just they don't have to be playing games. Think about all the big. There's big money, millions upon millions of dollars that trade SPY, the ETF. So all those millions, even billions of dollars that were short, are they going to wait for 390 to cover? That's what this was right here. They were covering in front of 390, which is the smart thing to do. So let's say, they sacrificed 50 cents, but they were short above 400. So who gives a shit about 50 cents? Even though the chart's incredibly weak and saying it's probably going to break 390, when you have that much money, you don't want to be holding on to that risk. There's always the possibility you can get news. So we got that bad number today. Well, what if some news comes out and they're going to revise it or this or that or something, whatever. It doesn't even have to be true. It could be a rumor. It could be whatever. That news hits, we could pop like $2 on a 1 minute candle. Oh man. They're definitely cracking it. Whether they play games here or they crack it a little later, they're cracking it. It's too much money to be made to not crack 390. Alright, 390 or 389.20. Oh man. So the 390s are okay. They doubled from. I was actually thinking about the 390s around the open, but like I said, I want to save my ammunition for more than double, especially on a day like today. I'm surprised at the volume. Look at the volume, especially on that 390 crack. And yesterday's volume, that's telling me we're not breaking 380. I mean, look at this volume. It was low here, and then on the 390 crack, that's it. Where's the volume at? Where's everyone sitting on 390 to cover or buy it? I mean, look at that volume. How is there well below average volume on a 390 on that 390 crack? How is this possible? I mean, again, that tells you there's no sellers left, and the buyers are just scared. So unless the volume comes in, this may be it. This is very shocking. Very, very shocking. Look at this. That's very shocking. This is telling me we're not going lower. Because it's lower or not, this is shocking because where are the people covering and buying that big fat 390 on the first crack? How is that possible? So like I said, it tells me there's no more sellers. And then also it tells me that the buyers are just scared. So there's a chance that may be low of day. Based on what I just said. I'm very shocked at the volume right here. Very shocked. Because if we were going lower, well, at a minimum, you see some big volume here selling 390. And then they reverse it on much bigger volume. Yeah, I'm calling low a day. Now this is a new 15 minutes, so they could jab it, but the 1 minute doesn't, or the 5 minute doesn't look like it. The 15 minute though here, this could turn, but the 15 minute here is saying that we probably go a little lower. But that 390 break, that's very fishy, and right now this posture is supportive of a reversal here. So I'm back to green on that 393. I got it on accident, but I don't know if I'm gonna add to that. Depending on what happens to the chart, will determine, do I add the 393 or do I, buy something lower. But right now I'm waiting for this 15 minute to close, and then on the next one, good chance I'll buy a dip. You know what? This is looking better and better now. That the story that the 390 break told, along with the 15 minute and 5 minute posture, it's looking a lot better. That we could see a pretty decent rally. At least breaking high of day. And what's interesting is because that weekly, well, at a bare minimum needs to close like 398, but really like a 400 to save the weekly posture. I mean, I don't see that happening right now. It sure is not happening based on the chart, but that's just that's just what the weekly has to do to save the look of this. I mean, they really need a 400 close to patch up this look right here. Because if not, then we're definitely breaking 380. And what's interesting is because the NASDAQ, I thought, I was calling lower before higher. I didn't think we're, going here. I think they had a good shot at 400. This is a surprise, but I was calling lower before higher. So this is not out of the ordinary. And part of the reason is because the NASDAQ is kind of leading in the sense that the NASDAQ had its complete full correction. Okay. The NASDAQ leads. Now you could argue the NASDAQ is leading lower, so we're going lower, and that's leading. But I think my thesis is we were bouncing out of here, and then later in the summer, we test or break these lows. The NASDAQ has a bullish divergence. It doesn't go as low, but the SPY does to fulfill this back test here. Because for SPY, this is like down here at 360. So that's what I was guessing. But NASDAQ had the full correction. You don't want to see this go lower. This is the full healthy correction. 50% into these key pivots right here. Trying to hold it out here. This if you're a bull, this is it. You don't want, I mean, they could spike it or whatever, but you know, you absolutely do not want, an 11,000 break even. You do not want any lower. If you're a bull, and then if this secular bull market is staying alive. So this is very interesting. And actually, Nasdaq is leading here. This is down more relative to SPY. About the same. I take that back. So yeah, this is interesting. We kind of have a little falling wedge here on ES. Man, I have no trend lines from the long side. Here's one. I've been bearish the past week or so. Alright, so we're probably going to 394. Yeah, you know what? It's looking like we actually could get a nice bounce. Just based off this bear flag, we well exceeded the measured move here. We've got this big trend line here, so 395. In my opinion, there's an 80% chance we break, high day. But and then even still looking at this hourly, this is still very nasty. This candle right here, we may be getting a nice bounce here. Actually, I take that back because this candle is about to close in 8 minutes. So, I mean, we can still bounce, but with 7 minutes left here, it's going to be it's not what I was looking at there. Crazy part too is coming out of that flag, all that crazy action we saw. Is that still in play? So meaning, don't rule out what I was saying about that weekly. That we could, are they going to take back 400 on that weekly? I mean, right now it sure is not saying that at all, but this is just basing it off of the crazy action we saw in that flag, up and down. Well, more so to the upside, but yeah, a lot of work to be done. A lot of work. When you look at it here, I mean, there's 400. That's quite a long shot there. We still have at least an hour before this downside momentum at least slows down to even prep the chart for a possible bounce. Well, we're gonna bounce, but possible, the real bounce. I was watching. Were you guys watching the CPI number, I was watching it as it came out. I couldn't believe that candle. It was 57 handles, I think. Yeah, 57 handles. Man, that was nasty. That's interesting. They didn't crack 3,900. Alright, so they may bounce. The MAs don't really support it, but they may bounce pretty nicely. Maybe close this candle green to save this hourly close. This hourly close really needs a green close here to kind of help as much as possible to firm this posture up if we're going to get a good bounce here. Because right now this hourly is very, very ugly for the bulls. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot. You know, if they can't close this green, you know, again, they don't even have to, you know, they don't have to close at the highs or anything like that, but it just needs to firm up as best as possible to fix this posture that could set up for the bounce, whatever that bounce will be. I mean, but now looking at the hourly, you know, that 400, there's no way. That would be a shocker. You know, it's looking like high daybreak at best. Is the current chart. See, when you have a move down like this, a re-break of the MAs, you know, this is unlikely to start to turn. You know, we're going to bounce into them. Yeah, it's interesting to see what happens here. Alright, so let's see how they're saving that. It's crazy sometimes when I see setups and I wait for that 15-minute, hour, whatever to close, and the posture saying, okay, this is probably what's going to happen. Right now, it's saving the posture here to set up for the bounce. Okay, so see this, how this is firming up here. So realistically, the real bounce isn't going to happen until the candle after the next candle with this posture here. You know, we can obviously bounce, but it's going to take another hourly candle to close. Okay, wow, I'm surprised. Okay, that's a nice close there. See how they're saving that? So any green close would have saved the posture, but you know, they're trying to push it even more here. A 15 close would have been even better, but it's not a big deal. The fact that it's green is good. Okay, so I gotta look at the other charts, but this posture, they could still crack the lows, and then maybe close as like a hammer or something like that. But yeah, I'm not. I may get in, maybe add. I'm gonna look at the 5-minute for the bounce, but any sustainable bigger bounce is not gonna happen until the next hourly ES candle. But for right now, we should see, I think it's 394. Let's see. Okay, so right there. So 393 is the next target. Yeah, 393. The bells for now will be anticlimactic. There's no real move coming yet. This is saying 392.70, 75. So 392.75 to 393 is target. So if they do it quick, they probably come short of 393. This should get hit, spike that pivot, come short of that 393. If they do it in the next, on this 15-minute candle, if they do it on this 15-minute candle. Alright, back to green. Up 15% on those 393s. If they go another dollar, so I could probably get a double out of these 393s. So you're gonna get $1.50 out of this move here if you're gonna go long. See, it's gonna be a tricky tape because it is very weak, but at the same time, the technical analysis, you could see odd things happen. So right now, this shouldn't just rip out, but it very well could, given the conditions. You know, this should not break 392 without some back testing and a little consolidation. You know, in this current push. So, you know, if we come back here and consolidate a little and then go, or what I'm saying, if this current push, you know, they'll probably make a run for 392, maybe crack it. So you're definitely going to see somewhat unusual action today because it's an unusual day. So I think this push will be relatively quick. People are going to be chasing it, and you know, they're going to pull it back down most likely, at least back to 391. That 50 is going to pop. Might go straight to 80. Man, you guys are really quiet today. I know there's not much going on. Who's going to admit that they were holding calls overnight? Anybody? Our first bell of the day. Let's go, baby. Come on, one more dollar. No, I'm just kidding. Watch we get some stupid squeeze to high day. So, I mean, today was going to be interesting no matter what. We knew that, but this 390 break was very, very interesting. Very interesting. I wasn't. I'm still shocked by the volume down here. Let's see how it plays out. So yeah, you know, they may come back here, but I have a feeling they're gonna keep this going, trying to make a run for that 393. You know, this is so far that that pathetic 390 break with the volume, the current 5-minute, and the 15-minute. Man, this could be setting up for. I mean, we're gonna get a nice bounce, but still too early to say. But so far, it's trying to repair itself from that horrible bearish posture it had, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, that's a. I would wait for the target. I mean, do what you want, but we should hit 392.75. So you're in the 390. That's conservative. So there's no reason to sell at VWAP. Unless you're scalping or you were heavy in the trade. This is unlikely not to, at a minimum, break this pivot. So you're very you're very conservative. We're definitely polar opposites there. My problem is I stay in the mood too long. That's a problem I actually need to work on. I had to talk about out of the money, and there's no reason to go out, deep out of the money. Usually on a regular day, you never need to go 2 points out of the money. Yeah, no, today's a theta day for sure. Today for sure is a theta day. I mean, right now, we're bouncing, so you could have got in on this doji right here, but there's just still no reason to go. There's really just even on what I'm saying is we're bouncing. We're in the move already, so um, you could have got the 395s. I get it, but there's no reason. There's not enough. What for sure not, but unless there's enough momentum in the current move that you're in, strong momentum. There's no reason to go out of the money by more than 2 points. Let's see. No, this is gonna hold. It may spike this, but I think before it's all said and done, they're gonna break that pivot. So it is acting normal. I thought they were gonna, um, I didn't think this was gonna happen. So this is normal, but I thought they're gonna do a little abnormal squeeze, a little quick thing to suck people in, get those call buyers in there. So yeah, this is a deep cut actually right here. They really need to turn this around on the 1 minute, taking back 391. I mean, that's because the momentum isn't there, but the chart wasn't supporting, kind of a quick squeeze. But I thought they might have did that just for the first move of the day, get everyone excited, and get all those 395 call buyers sucked in. So the chart's still good, I'm waiting. I'm not waiting to sell until that 75 gets hit. So these 393s, yeah, they might be a double. I didn't even put my sell order in. I'll put it at like $2. I got one earlier by accident at 84. Oh, here's a 15-minute. So let's see where they closing at. Yeah, that was an ugly 15-minute close. But right now it's like a 50-50 shot that they break that 90-50 or they break the 91 first. Because that was an ugly close right there on that 15-minute. So too soon to tell right now how this day is going to shape out. We need more time here. This is such a deep cut here. Usually on days like this is essentially like an earnings gap down, big earnings gap down or something like that. Normally on days like this you don't get anything. It just kills all the action. I was really hoping they gapped like 397, 398, and then flush 395, and off of there you could have had a nice bounce through the gap. But the big gap down really killed the action. Yeah, the way it's looking on all these charts, well, it needs more time. Definitely more time. This hourly absolutely has to close above this prior hourly high. Absolutely. To keep any posture for a rally intact. Not rally, but a good bounce. So the sellers still are absent ever since that 390. I mean, you could just look here on this pullback. The volume was low to begin with, and on this kind of reversal pullback, whatever it's going to turn out to be, there's just no volume. Based on the hourly and the 15-minute, that definitely has a posture for a real 390 break. Low 389 for sure. Beyond that, who knows? But the posture is definitely there for them to take out that low, putting in a tail on a 15-minute or hourly. The momentum is still heavy. Still barely, not even really beginning to slow down, attempting to slow down, but not quite. I haven't even looked at anything else here. Oh wow, huh? Surprising. Oh, that's right. That's so stupid. Well, Facebook is officially dead with the change of the name. They really need to keep this bounce going just to suck the life out of the VIX. The VIX really needs to take a blow to crack 28 sooner than later to help the bulls on whatever bounce they're going to muster up later. wow, look at that. Well, that's not gonna help him. Oh wow, holy shit. Interesting. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I didn't trust this. I was looking at it here. I mean, they did gap it, but I didn't trust it. And this thing's been trading like shit for the past month. Man, no love for all of them. Look at this, Jesus Christ. Look at that chart. Man, this is trading like some stupid pump and dump. Some pump and dump penny stock. Man, look at that blow off. Yeah, the way, this weekly, man, they have to really do something here because this weekly is saying, the SPY and Apple are saying, SPY is breaking 375 or it's going to 375. I remember this day here, I got greedy on my target, trading those 137s, I think. 140s. I was trading the 140s here. Oh wow, damn. Damn, there's options on this too. Damn, that was a nice breakout. Look at this. Shit. Oh, come on. Wow. Let's see, what were those 15s at? Oh, come on. Oh, and they have weeklies too. Oh my god. You could have got the freaking 12s. Oh, come on. The 12s were 40 cents. They hit 275. Oh, come on. Freaking 7-bagger. Damn, I wish I would have been paying attention to that. Wow, look at this beautiful breakout here. Look at this beautiful breakout here, and it never looked back. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's going. These 12s would have been a 10-bagger. It's not over because it looks like SPY may hang in there if that bounce continues. We'll kind of keep the wind blowing the sails of this. Oh man, come on! And it was in the breakout. How did I? Man, come on, guys! You gotta let me know about this stuff. I don't. I'm a SPY trader, not a meme trader. This was beautiful here. Jesus, this was an easy trade. I'm not just saying this. I wish I would have known about this. But I'm not saying I would have been here, but today's breakout, this is like textbook. This is like textbook right out of Tim Sykes' penny stock class breakout. I mean, this is a textbook breakout here. Come on volume right here. You gotta be kidding me. Like, this was such an easy trade right here. I wish obviously we weren't watching it because we were looking at SPY. Oh, come on.
I would have bought those 12s there. Let's just say 50 cents. I would have got in at the close of that candle. So wait, hold on a second. When did that close? The 950 candle? You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god, the 12s were 12 cents. I misread the chart. Even if you would have chased it after this candle closed, it closed at 12 cents, the 12s. Even if you got in here, at worst, you would have gotten at 20 cents. These hit 275. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Are you guys seeing this? I cannot believe this. Well, you know what? If they're running that, let's see, where are we at here? Alright, screw it. I'm in some GME. They might run this because of Red Box 2. It's setting up here. I'm in the 134s at 105. I added 107. Okay. They're gonna run this. They're at least breaking that 132. The fact that this is holding up with the market like that, and they're running the meme stocks, we're in a little flag here. So, you know, I'm not saying it's going to 140, but it has the potential on a spike. If only on the spike. This has potential here. So just based off this flag here, you know, we're looking at 133. There was a slight chase there, but it was looking a little twitchy there. Like they could have spiked it. This 1 minute's looking good, guys. GME right here, I pay attention here. This is looking pretty decent right here, especially with them running red box. With the market quiet right now, and this is setting up here. I think they could run it, if only on the spike. If only on a spike. So we got a 133.25 target. No, it won't. SPY's hanging in there, so this is going to help GME. There it goes. There it goes, baby. Alright, I kind of chased it. I added at 115. This has the potential for a 135 spike. Alright, I got 3 of them. I'm done for now. Offering out at 420 on the first one, just in case they really pop it here, but it needs a little time here. Another 5 minute. You can still get in here. Yeah, 50. It needs a little bit more time here. I kind of jumped the gun there, but I'm not expecting it to hold, obviously. But it's definitely going to make an attempt here. Probably not till the next 15 minute. So they could come back down to 130 here. Possibly this 129.50. But the spread on GME and the options is it's pretty spready here because it's kind of waking up. You know, you never know with these spikes here. I'm gonna move my order back higher just in case. You just never know. I'm offering out at $7 on these 134s just in case something stupid happens. Maybe it's gonna bring some excitement to the market. Where is it at? There it is. Yeah, man, that was such an easy trade. Damn it. Well, hopefully GME works. AMC is looking worse here. GME daily was looking better. Right here, I was calling a move, and I missed this here because I was looking at Stupid Spy when it was doing nothing. I would have caught a nice 5-bagger on this 150 run here. Had I noticed this, I didn't have any alerts in here, so man, that kind of sucked right there. Where are we at here? Alright, they're just hanging in there. So the more time that goes by, the less likely they're going to break that 90. Yeah, I'm going to say I called it earlier, and it's looking more and more like it. But it's looking like the low days in. I mean, unless they do some kind of rug pull here on a spike. But even that doesn't look likely, because it looks like this is holding. We're kind of building some energy for just for a bounce at least past this pivot at a minimum, maybe to 393. I mean, there's just no more sellers. Everyone's out. I mean, yesterday was unbelievable into the close. And then this big gap down, I mean, what a shocker. This is unbelievable. So I think we make a run to 393. This is where we're setting up for. So the only way we're going to get better than that is, if just some move, they crack open some kind of move to the upside. It needs to crack that momentum higher. Can't have any of this grinding and this and that, because if that's what we're going to get, then we're not seeing, we'll be lucky to see 395 the longer this keeps up here. Damn it, I did chase it on there. Oh well. They're still going to break 132 before it's all said and done. It was looking a little twitchy there, like they were going to run it. It's still holding this this pop pattern here. Well, this flag, but usually when GME runs, it pops. It doesn't just climb out of there like a regular stock. Let's see what Louis has to say. What does he got to tell us? Are they printing more synthetic shares? Is that why we're not running? It's the synthetic shares holding it back right now. Oh, this is actually interesting. You could have that, and you could also have this. You could also have this. This is interesting. Interesting. If that plays out, that would be sick. It's kind of interesting with GME and the market, because the market's hanging in there trying to make a run for 393. GME is kind of coiling up, so if they kind of both wake up together, this will be interesting for both of them. Interesting, very interesting. But right now the name of the game is Premium Killer. It's Premium Killing Friday. Premium Killing Friday. And they're playing with these calls here. They're moving that ask, the spreads and everything. They're pretty crazy right here. Pretty crazy. Oh, here we go. Alright, screw it. YOLO. I added one more at 110. No, I mean the setup's here. You know, I'm not looking for a pop to 140, but they are going to pop it at least to 133. The setup's there. But yeah, SPY, I'm almost back to green on that 393. And that's kind of coinciding with GME going here. So I'm in at 110 on these 134s. Looking for a 133 to 134 push. If it really gets crazy, I mean, we could see 140. That's, you know, that's best case. We get some pop. You know, we do sort of have this kind of wedge pattern here up against this 132. So a 140 break is the target if they pop it. Yeah, it's kind of FOMO, but it's not. I mean, there was a setup here. And I looked at this. Before I looked at Redbox, before this flagged out, I was surprised when I looked here earlier. I was surprised this was holding the way it was. And then after seeing the flag, you know, it caught my eye here that it may be setting up for a push, for a pop. So SPY's hanging in there, trying to bounce here. But yeah, it is awfully quiet. Awfully quiet today. A little surprising, I gotta say. It's that the big gap down is what did it. It killed all the action. It killed all the action. They gotta hold this above 131 here. Otherwise, this might put this in jeopardy. It's hanging by a thread right here. SPY pulling in right here? Yeah. Yeah, it's if we're gonna get some kind of surprise pop squeeze, probably not for another hour. It's either gonna be 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock into the close. As far as the market, the way it's setting up here. That's the way it's looking like. Oh, I don't know. I don't know who's talking. Yeah, man, this really sucks right here. What a beautiful breakout here, man. Beautiful breakout. Man, I wish I was looking at that daily chart. That daily chart was beautiful. Beautiful daily chart on that red box. So by the time we close, I mean, where is this going to end up? Maybe 395, maybe. I know, right? It is a $1 range. Well, so far it's been this hour's, just kind of starting. But maybe this 9 will be at 395. At best 395, probably like 396 by the close. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't mean we have to hit it, because it's sure, the way things are shaping up, there's sure a good chance we don't even hit that 9. That's for sure. But man, they really killed all the action today with this gap. All the action just dead. That's why I hate gaps. I hate gaps. That's what they do 80% of the time, is kill all the action. 80% of the time, that's what you get. Just sucking the life out of the market. I'm really shocked about the volume. That's kind of shocking. I'm not expecting heavy volume here as we're doing nothing but. Man, crazy. This is crazy. The way this all shaped up. Very crazy. I wouldn't have guessed this in a million years. I was calling the gap under 400, but not this much. This is just nuts. Great. Did I get faked out here? I'm looking like it right now with that 5-minute. They didn't come back here, but
This was looking like they were going to run it. So this is kind of killing the move right now. This 5 minute. This right here wasn't a good close at all. They're going to have to pull a quick one here to. It's not looking good with this 9-2. This really needed to have popped here as this was going up. Just that spike. That's what I was looking for. Oh, okay. Looks like they're going to do it. Looks like they're going to do it. It's unlikely to hold. So if they do spike, if they do crack it, it's very, very unlikely this probably holds. So that would actually be nice. I hope they do spike it, and we get some kind of shakeout here. And then on this same candle here, if it happens quickly, they could even close this candle green. It's got to happen quick though, because we're running out of time on this 15 minute. And you don't want this 15 minute to close with this posture. If this 15 minute doesn't close green, then they're definitely spiking it on the next one. Let's see if that was a fake. Well, that wasn't a fake out. That was a back test, but this could reverse hard. Yeah, this is interesting going forward on GME. I missed that move to 150, but after that, I think we break this pivot MC 175 possibly this month. Keeping an eye on it for sure. Because this flag right here, this isn't over. I mean, could they come back down 100? Sure. Especially if the market falls apart.
But it's looking pretty good, way better than AMC. The daily and the weekly look way better. And they're battling out this this trend line off the highs. And right now they're trying to hold it here. That's where you got that bounce, but I mean, for right now, the daily ain't going anywhere. It needs work. But this flag, this is a pretty good looking flag here. It ain't bad. Not bad at all. The 4 hour needs to reset here, you know. They're unlikely making another push until probably for a couple weeks. Alright, we're coming up on the 4 hour close here. Where are we at here? Nowhere. This is ugly. So this is saying that we are going to break lows. Possibly some kind of spike, extra capitulation. And then who knows where we reverse off those lows. But this is a very ugly 4 hour. Very, very ugly. You know, this could possibly be setting up for possibly another gap down on Monday. Yeah, this is ugly. Very, very ugly. As it stands right now, you know, they're breaking 380. Or they have a very good chance at it. I'm not saying in one shot, but there's a lot of work to be done here to fix this chart. A lot of work. Plus we got the hourly here. Yeah, this is ugly. This is very, very ugly. You know, if they could have closed this, even if they closed it green, another doji like that, that would have helped this posture here to at least begin to sort of try to get some kind of bounce going. But as it stands right now, the high daybreak, that's in jeopardy. You know, this is in serious jeopardy right now, that they even break high day. Alright, well there's the close. They didn't spike it to at least kind of fix that close. So right now it's a coin toss whether they break 390. This candle is going to close green in my opinion. I can't say how much green. It's going to close green, but you know, that 390 break, it's got a shot at it, if only on the spike. But yeah, talk about killing the action for the day. Man, this could have had so much potential today if they didn't gap it down so much. That gap absolutely killed all the action. It's too big of a gap. Too big. Way too big of a gap.
Well, here it comes. What makes it even worse is they're playing games with it. So almost 2 hours wasted going nowhere and doing nothing. At least if they would have did it here, you know, you could cut a nice bounce off of whatever flush we got here. I mean, they may even play games with this. I mean, it's looking like it's definitely going to do it. That hourly and that 15 minutes support at least a spike of it. It's just really weird because the 390 break, it just had no volume. That was very shocking. I was really shocked to see that. Like, where are the people simply covering on that break? Where's the volume from the covering? Let alone selling. What about the covering? You know, we fell over 20 points in a couple days, and you don't see some volume spike on 390? How? So, you know, they may be playing games here. The posture is there for it to break. Whatever they do, they better do something quick, because this really is killing any trades today. Any and every trade is being killed with this action here. I mean, obviously they're killing all the premium right now, but you know, there wasn't even, you know, look at this weak attempt here. I mean, this is just, normally you get a bigger move than this, like at least a spike of that pivot right there. You know, let alone coming up to here. Let alone even trying, you know, VWAP's all the way up there. There is no attempt at any kind of spike or run for anything. Even SPY VWAP, look, they even undercut SPY VWAP. Alright, they're going to do it now. Let's see what kind of volume we get here. So 189.5, possibly 189.20, low 189s. Because, man, or not. Man, I mean, it's not over yet. They could still keep. I mean, looking at the 1 minute, looks like this is going to hold. Looks like it's going to hold on the 1 minute. Temporarily, at least on the 1 minute. Well, this was a fake out so far. Disappointing. Really looked like they were going to pop it right here. I'm surprised they didn't even pop the 132. I mean, as long as this 129 can hold, they should break high day. Normally on days like this, you can get those meme stocks running just because there's nothing else going on, and all the money will pile into there. This was already running on the daily, so that's not the reason. But this is a meme stock too, kind of a newer meme stock. But man, that daily, I wish I saw this chart. I mean, look at this. Look how textbook this is. This consolidation doji. No volume right here. Cracking open the trend higher. So you could have swung it there, but more importantly, this this high day break here. This is textbook, like out of the textbook breakout, off a flag on high day, on volume. I mean, and then it just took off. I mean, come on, Jesus. Probably has one more run to 15 in it. That's just too bad I didn't see that. That was like, as it stands, it was a 7-bagger, but probably going to turn into a 10-bagger. Alright, so if this holds the 50, then if the next 1 or 2 5-minute candles can take back 60, then I want to say there's at least 80% chance low days in. Because the posture isn't there right now for them to crack lower and hold. Yeah, the volume yesterday was actually weak as well. You want to talk about volume? Look at this volume for the day we had. You don't even get average volume on this big sell, cutting through all this support right here, and just absolutely getting hammered into the close. I mean, this is weak. This is nothing. That's what makes me believe. I mean, again, they could crack lower and then open up the volume here, but I mean, on the next couple days. But this is a clue that, well, at a minimum, the downside's not going to hold if they do break. That's kind of a red flag that they maybe don't even break it. I mean, if they do break it, we probably see 375 at best. But this weekly chart is in very serious jeopardy right now. Going forward, this is a very, very ugly look right here. A very unusual look. Very ugly, very unusual. As it stands right now, this is saying, we are breaking that low. Maybe not next week or whatever, but that low will be broken. If only on a spike.
I mean, you got what, 389.50, and then 387. Man, this is a very unique posture. And then you got the Fed on Wednesday. Oh man, it is anyone's guess what happens. Yeah, I was looking at the 390s at the open. I would have got a good double out of them. But I wanted to be patient because I was hoping we'd set up for a good bounce. Because at the open, I knew they were breaking. I knew that low wasn't going to hold at the open. Yeah, I still got one. I got one by accident. I forgot to pull my bid at 84. I'm definitely not adding anytime soon. I'm holding on to it because if this, well, now it's not even holding, but 189 was as low as I think we'd go today. And if a 5-minute could take back to 60 or better, then that's it for the lows. I mean, they didn't even break the prior low. So, higher low, let's go. We're going up. Yes, we got a higher low. It's the beginning of the uptrend. We got enough time. I mean, you do what you want to do, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to make a run for VWAP at least. whatever move comes out of this, you know, I'm definitely obviously selling, and I'm not going to hold into the close unless the chart evolves where the 5-minute to the 15-minute. But like I said, any close above this pivot, I mean, let's just say 75. If they take back 75, the low days in on a 5-minute, coming from this flag right here, if they take back 75, there's an 80% chance the lows for the day are in. Especially with the hourly here. Like I said, with this hourly, at best, this will be at 395 by the close. At best. So even if they just attempt to break 393, they're still going to come way short of that 9. I'm not saying they have to hit the 9. I'm just saying, where is this going to close? Probably like 396. So even if they bounce to 395, they're still coming a good amount short of that 9. You know, we're just so extended here that there probably is more downside, but not today. You know, the real downside. The other way it could play out is we do get some flush, maybe 187 or 387, and then off of there we could, you know, bounce really nicely out of that hole, you know, and then maybe we run to 395 out of that hole. But looking at, yeah, the 15 minutes still supports, you know, 389. at a minimum 389. You know, the 15-minute could get that spike and still hold, but this posture is not supportive of a big move down or a move down that's going to hold. Only looking at the 15-minute. I mean, hell, this is a 20 on the 15-minute, you know? Up at 393. So, either way, this is a very ugly setup. You know, now, you know, the way it's looking at the moment, you know, 395 will be lucky. You know, it is very ugly. You know, now you got this 9 came all the way down here. Now it's flat. You know, how far away can they take it? You know, that 395 is in question with them using the entire morning to flag out and go nowhere. You know, we do have this this wedge pattern here. So now, all right, the bottom's in. I'm calling the bottom. That's it. They're done. This is kicking off. So I was calling that 75. This is kicking it off right here. I'm not saying we're gonna break high day, but I'm calling the bottom. They're not even likely gonna come back to 390 now. All right, so yeah, we're done. If you didn't sell those puts or cover, you better do it quickly. So it's going to take some time here. You know, they could spike it a little bit or whatever, but this chart needs, you know, 80% of the time, this is going to need at least closer to the end of this hour to kind of really wake up and maybe start moving and maybe moving higher. So, you know, on this hour, we're definitely breaking that high. You know, I would say there's 80% chance we're going to see 393 this hour. If only on a spike. See, on the ES, you got the 9 not that far away, well, because you got the pre-market. Now, here's a good trend line right here. They probably, I don't know about that, but let's say they'll probably take that back into the close. I don't know where that line is from, but it's a thicker one. Oh, this might be coming just from the move. Yeah, I think this is coming from the move before we rallied. And here they fought it, they held it, and they ripped it. So they're probably going to take this back into the close. Right here. I mean, they're at least going to tag it. They're at least going to challenge it. So this one is the 26 line. So right now it's, yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, so this is like a little pseudo divergence here on this close. So long as this 15-minute can hold above 391, then it's good. If this could close 391 or better, then we're at least we're not going down anymore at a minimum. But right now there's no posture for, they could spike it a little bit, but if they really kind of just get a good spike, meaning like 394, probably not going to happen until for another couple candles. So those 393s are down a little bit. Oh, about 20 bucks. I only have one, it's not a big deal. I mean, the volume though, look at this. It's anemic. Up or down. Bulls have a little bit of a tilt because you got more up volume than down volume. It doesn't really mean much, but it's kind of a clue with the downside. That 390 break on anemic volume was a red flag if you're short. I mean, it was just way too anemic. Way too anemic. Yeah, I hate these kind of days. Just these kind of gap and then the range. Just like I hate these days because normally here or into the close, you're going to get a bounce here. Breaking this pivot, maybe like 139 here, and that's most likely it. So it's really unfortunate that what could have been an awesome day with some real action turned into a dud so far. There is a small chance. There's a 20% chance this could crack open. This could crack open, and they could do something unusual. So meaning, this cracks open here, maybe a little consolidation, and we climb out of the hole. Okay, disregarding these moving averages, just kind of in its own world. It's dipping and kind of back testing, but it's not waiting for the moving averages necessarily. It's just in its own world. Maybe it goes sideways for a little bit, and then that's a 20% chance that this cracks open a move that doesn't respect the moving averages like a move normally would, because these moving averages are all jacked up, okay? But there's that 20% chance it cracks open a move, and this move just stays in its own world. Sort of a chase. Not saying we're gonna just rip, but just not a usual. Just something that it's just not normal. Okay, I don't know how to explain it. I've seen it before. The posture isn't really quite there yet, but that could happen. Yeah, trend days suck too. Trend days normally suck too. It depends what kind of trend day it is. But usually they suck. You want the volatility because in the midst of volatility, human emotion takes over and technical analysis plays out because you're charting the human emotion. Remember when I said my arbitrary trend lines that I just put randomly on the breakout? Are you kidding me again? You want to see yesterday? I mean, it didn't break out yet, but it's trying to. Look at yesterday. I quote unquote called the breakout. Look at this. Or no, was it the day before? Was it this one? Yeah, it was. It was right here. Yeah, right here. So I arbitrarily put my target here from the flag. I put this before this even happened, and this started the breakout where I put my target. Yeah, how about that target? Whoa, man, I killed it on that trade. Man, yesterday that was something else. But yeah, that's crazy how I just put it, and that's exactly this. This happens a lot. I happen to pick the spot of the breakout. So same with right now. I arbitrarily put this here, and this is where the breakout's happening. I mean, what are the chances? This isn't just like the second time I've done this. I do it quite a bit. You know, I don't just randomly put it. I kind of time it out, like how much time is needed for us to get there, and then if we break out. I mean, right here, you can look at the tape. I didn't move it, and dead center of the candle too. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, look at this. So the target is just shy of 394. All right, we got a bell. We got a bell going there. What am I up on these? Oh, I'm still down like $5. I'm not adding. There's no reason to do anything right here. Then this is a new 15-minute. It's a tough call. You know what? I'm gonna wait for this to rotate. Give this 200 some time here, and then maybe I'll add just one. Maybe I'll get one for like 60 cents. Because what's the target here? So 394. I got the 393. So as long as they do it within like an hour, that's quite a shot from here. Let's need some time here. You really want to see it pop above this 392. Kind of like what I thought was going to happen here. Well, that kind of puts it in jeopardy right there. They can still hold it, but you want to kind of see it pop, and then from there maybe they flag out and kind of hold, and then we do something, you know, get something going here. I mean, that's quite a ways away. The chart's very, very ugly still, so very ugly. The 15 minutes not horrible. It's just it's not ready for a move. Actually, I think I overestimated the target. Yeah, let's so 393.30, maybe 393.80. If this kind of breaks out, plays out, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, today's very unfortunate. So shoulda, coulda, woulda swung those 400s for Monday. I wouldn't have cared about today at all if I would have did that. I was only gonna do one, but with yesterday's close, I was calling for a gap under 400. I didn't want to give up the profits I had from yesterday, just to rub even more salt in the wound, because missing more than half the move into the close and then losing on some puts overnight, that would really suck. Yeah, I mean this is how it should be acting based on the momentum. 80% of the time this is what you get. I mean we had a big move up here too. So coming back here, this is completely normal. The volume's heavy, but that doesn't mean anything. After this little mini breath thrust. They could even come back down to this 40 right here with how weak the momentum is. Oh shit, wrong one. Alright, so they're definitely hitting this. So a 392.20, 392 and a quarter, let's just call it. We're popping out another dollar here for sure. Let's see, what's a dollar in SPY get you now? 50%? Yeah. So 192 and a quarter. That's gonna be it for now. I mean, they could flag out and hold, but with this look and how quick it's happening, this is not gonna hold. Now, that doesn't mean they have to stop there, because they could spike that. All right, I'm almost green on these 93s here. A whopping one contract. So I also said how it's that 50. They could kick off a move. So let's say they hit here. They could flag out, back test 91.5. This could be the start of something, and possibly just kind of climb out of the hole
You know, and then maybe they take back 95. I was calling for a doji yesterday, a close. So if they take back that, they could put in a hammer. You know, that's possible. Okay, now that the chart's waking up here, I'm definitely not chasing right now, but on the next 15 minute, man, I'm not going to add to the 93 because we're too far away. I might get a 92 on the next 15 minute. You know, I would like a 92 under a dollar on the next 15 minute. You know, all depends on how this plays out here. So SPY doesn't look too hot. Running out of time here, so you might get that weird look where we just kind of grind higher into the close. On ES usually looks better for kind of unusual moves. It doesn't look that much better now. Yeah, ES doesn't really look much better.
the next 15 minutes, I'll be looking at those 92s on a dip. Yeah, they're going to spike it if anything. And that's going to allow this to turn up, and this is going to flatten. And I don't know about turning up on the 50, but at a minimum it's going to flatten. So it might have a posture like this into the close. It'll flatten, and then possibly start to turn up a little bit. At best 92 into the close on that 50. So we're down 20 points, so 92 and a quarter, which is that target about. That's the 23% retrace. Yeah, this day sucks. It really sucks that they did this. The gap down. The big gap down was okay, but not over 5 points. Under 400 a little bit would have been okay. No, they're not done yet. I mean, as is scalp, sure, but they're not done yet. They're gonna pop it some more. Yeah, at least to this 92 and a quarter. And here's another flag starting. So if you're looking at a 92.50, 92.60. So next target is 92.50 or a little higher. Uh-oh. It's probably not going to hold. This is a little quick fake out here. Coming out of this posture, they may pop a little more. Actually, it's not looking that bad. Alright, I'm green. I'm up 15% on the 93 SPY. Still down on GME here. Hopefully they do it quick. Because if they hit that 34, I'm going to be getting paid nicely on those. So yeah, I kind of chased these impulsively. Really looked like they were going to pop it. Again, I was just looking for 33 right here off that flag they were in. So it was a little impulsive. So this is interesting because this is there's another reason too. Like I said, because on days like this, they could run the meme stocks, bringing money into a dead market. But anyway, so if this has any good run to 134, it's probably not going to happen for another 50 minutes or 40 minutes until the next hourly candle. So they probably close 132 on this one. Maybe just above the high here. Maybe not 132, but it's setting up for the next hourly candle to make a run to 134. I mean, it is GME. It could get stupid, just out of the blue. And what's interesting is them running together. It could just create some excitement in the market. And it's all psychology. So once the FOMO gets going, GME, SPY, it all runs together. Alright, I added one here at 80. I'm done adding. Wait, is that SPY? Holy shit, what's ringing here? That was SPY, right? Yeah, it was SPY. I had a double alert on the same price. So okay, so there's a spike here. So you're looking at 193, 193.40 to 193.70. So just call it 193.50. Oh, but wow, actually this looks good here. This is a breath thrust right here. This may trigger what I said, how we're just going to kind of climb out of this hole here, possibly breaking that pivot later. We shall see here. Very interesting. Yeah. That 50 is a red flag for the upside. It's not going to hold. We're definitely going to have a pretty sharp rejection. That 50. So we hit that prior target, that 92.75. Still kind of worked out. I bet the 1 minute right now is looking very heavy here. We could doji here though on this 5 minute. So yeah, it's not done yet. We're definitely hitting 193.50. So let's say if we go another dollar here in SPY, these 393s will be $1.50. I got my order at 2. Once we get there, I'll adjust it. Yo, a whole lot of nothing. There's a small chance. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Friday from the last low. This reminds me of this right here. It's definitely a weaker posture, definitely weaker.
but it's not out of the question we get some kind of surprise like this. Again, it's not the same look. It's probably not going to happen. So don't. But this was a surprise. I expected a bounce up to like 385, maybe 390. I'm sorry, not 90. We hit 390. Like 385 I was expecting. I was in the 387s here. And I got lucky. And I killed it into the close. But it's not the posture for that. But we definitely could break high day. That'd be a little bit of a surprise, but not out of the question. Doesn't mean it has to hold, but a 395 break is possible on this unique day. It's a unique day. So, but on any other given day, this, they could still break that, but you're not going to see anything crazy. Normally on a day like this, you're not going to see anything. So don't even count on it normally. But that move happened the last hour. I mean, the move came out of nowhere. This isn't. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't. It's a different posture. It's not really there. I remember what it looked like on ES rather than SPY. Actually, I remember it was a gap up. Yeah, see, it was a totally different day because on SPY that Friday, we had a gap up and a full failure. It was a gap up and just never looked back down, and then we pretty much had like a V bottom squeeze into the close on that Friday. But this is not the look at all. Totally different posture on ES. So I'm definitely not expecting it by any means. So one more push in this current move is all you're going to get on it. I hope they could come back here. They could come back here, mess around a bit, and then we get another pop up higher. That's very possible because this 50 is very ugly. Not supportive of anything. So it's more likely 80% of the time they're going to come back here, maybe consolidate this again, and then do what they're going to do. You add it up here? Yeah, nothing's printing today. Nobody's making money. I mean, yeah, you could get a double here and there, but just even on these 393s from the low, where were they at? Like 40 cents. So from that rip on these 393s, oh wow, okay, I'm surprised. So realistically, you get in at like 50 cents. They hit $1.25. I mean, but from low to high, from 45 to $1.25. So not getting any kind of action anywhere with this movement.
So that 391 should get hit normally. And they actually might hang out there. We're on the next hour coming up right here. So we got well, here's a 15 minute. What the hell? Oh, there we go. So 15 minutes ugly still with that close. So it's going to be an interesting close. It really is. Really is. I mean, as it's looking right now, you know, it's going to have to be some kind of surprise move. But there's just no chart support. It's going to be a very unusual move if they make it to high day. It's going to be a very weird move. See, this hourly is kind of the smoking gun here. Okay, so now we're at 397. We have 2 more candles after this candle. So at best, it's going to be at 395. I mean, look at all this stuff all the way up here. So again, it doesn't mean we have to rally to catch up. It just means, at least for now, they got to consolidate and wait for these MAs to catch up. Monday, we probably maybe attempt to rally before going lower, if we go lower. That's my guess. So now we got the hourly on the ES. Still, oh, it closed. Okay. So yeah, that's not bad. Again, there's not going to be any good rally here. Not with this look. With 2 candles left. So right now, we'll see how this 5-minute shapes up. If this 5-minute firms up, it could be setting up for another push, you know, past that pivot. So 391 is going to get hit. They already came back here. So likely 391. Oh, they already hit it. Okay, so 391 is hit. They may try to firm up this 5-minute, hold it together above that 391.5. You really want to see this candle close green, and then they could dip a little more on the next one and try to creep their way back up. But yeah, what a shitty day. They killed everything. All the action that could have been thrown out the window at that open with that gap. And the 30 minutes saying, you know, I'm just gonna stick with that 393.50 target. I mean, as the chart looks right now, that's looking like as good as it's gonna get. You know, maybe into the close the last 30 minutes, and then into the close. You know, they could jam it, squeeze it to 395. I mean, that's possible. we could get some kind of push like that into the close, and then on Monday, maybe a gap up, maybe an attempted run to 400, possibly, and then from there, I don't know, but that would set up that'd be a possible setup to get rejected, and then creep back down to take out that 390 into the Fed. That 390 is definitely getting taken out by the Fed. How they get there is a question, but oh, Amazon? I haven't looked at it. Boy, Amazon's not going to be doing anything because it's yeah, well, it's just like SPY. Yeah, I hate these kind of days. That's just horrible. Absolute garbage. So all the call buyers obviously got screwed. People thinking like, oh, there's no way. You had to be short overnight. That's the only way you made any money today. And then today everyone's getting screwed with the dead market. So yeah, that was an ugly close right there. It's to be expected of given the posture here. I still think, into the close, we're still going to get some kind of attempted push. That's my guess. At the absolute bare minimum, this 393.5. I don't want to say bare minimum, but that may be it. Sometime probably closer to in another hour. Now the chart kind of reset here. It needs some time here to build back up here. It needs time to build back better. In the meantime, GME is going to be shooting for high day here. Hopefully I can make some money on these 134s that I YOLO'd. Not YOLO'd, but I chased them. Oh, is he? Wow, I just said build back better. Okay, we can listen.
Was going to raise taxes on working families an average of $1,500 a month. While we have 54 corporations out there didn't pay any tax the last 2 years and made $40 billion.
Wow, he's talking about taxes with inflation.
They
What
don't
an
tax
idiot.
them at all. They don't want to tax. Billionaires are literally paying a lower tax rate than longshoremen are paying. Literally, on a percentage basis. So he hasn't walked back from his plans
that buy
on health
that
care.
shit.
He says what we have to do now that we finally got the Affordable Care Act functioning and the prices down, an average of $400 for people. He wants to eliminate it again. They're back at wanting to eliminate it again. So, and by the way, the one that's the best thing that the Republicans are pushing now in the re-election is that they think that Medicare, I'm not making this up, go online, look, Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid go on the chopping block every 5 years. What that means is at the end of 5 years, they go out of existence unless they're affirmatively voted back into existence every 5 years. Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, and they forget.
Is he talking down the SPY
People
here?
paid for their Social Security. They paid for it. And you know what's going to happen? People say, well, they'll never eliminate it all, but what they'll do, they'll be able to pick it apart. They'll be able to cut it back. That's the whole objective. And folks, it's not right. It's simply not right. And I disagree. And that's what, look, this is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal.
This is not
It
your
really
father's
is.
Republican
I've worked
Party.
with a lot of honorable Republicans, very conservative Republicans over the year when I was a senator. But this is the MAGA gang. This is the MAGA crowd. I really mean it. They have a fundamentally different view of the role of government and who should pay what. And I'm going to work with anyone, Democrat, Republican, Independent, to deliver real solutions for families. Look, because
Wow.
of the strong foundation we built,
You mean the
we're better
founding
positioned
fathers'
just about any country in the
vision
world
of limited
to
government?
overcome the global inflation we're seeing.
And he's
And to
talking
take the
about
next step towards forming
socialism?
a historic
we're
recovery,
going to take care of you.
a new moment. And I count recovery as going from where we are today in terms of the economy to stability, to make it stable. It is strong
All
as
right,
can
let's go,
be,
baby.
but
Come
for
on.
inflation, but for gas and food. And look, we have to keep coming together to find common ground to solve problems like we've done in the ports and in trucking. We continue to build the extraordinary progress we've made. So we got to continue building this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And I mean that literally. I am so sick and tired of trickle-down economics. It does not work. When the middle class is doing well, and they do well because of labor, when the middle class is doing well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do very, very well. They have never been hurt when the middle class is doing well. Never. Never. So it's about time we start to regather and remember who we are and get a lot of this done. But there's no better place to start in it than right here in the port and letting those 9 foreign shippers understand the ripoff is over. Thank you. Thanks. All right. We're going to make sure that everybody knows Exxon's profits. Why don't you tell them what Exxon's profits were this quarter? Exxon made more money than God this year. And by the way, nothing's changed. And they're not, by the way, one thing I want to say about the oil companies. They talk about how they have 9,000 permits to drill. They're not drilling. Why aren't they drilling? Because they make more money not producing more oil. The price goes up, number one.
What an idiot.
And
Who do you
number
think
two,
shut down
the
all the
reason they're not
pipelines?
drilling is they're buying back their own stock, which should be taxed, quite frankly, buying back their own stock and making no new investments. So I always thought Republicans were for investment. Exxon, start investing, start paying your taxes. Thanks.
That's it? Where was he at? Wow, he's got his own Twitter, President Biden. Tune in as I deliver remarks on tackling inflation and actions. Jesus Christ, that corporations are going to pay more taxes to tackle inflation? It just goes to show you how stupid people are. Oh my God. Raising taxes is going to tackle inflation? Not once has he talked about the Fed or the trillions of dollars that was printed and handing out during COVID. I mean, give me a break. Of course, people are stupid. Absolute idiots. Alright, we gotta wait for power hour here. Really? We could have ended this week with a bang, man, but they had to kill everything today. Last 2 days were good, but kind of ended the week on the dud. Could have had so much potential today. Thrown out the window. When did you come here? Oh, wow. This is probably over. Small chance they jam it to 15 into the close, because the daily still looks good. I'm not getting in, but well, I take that back, because maybe Monday there's some kind of doji or something, gap up doji. But I don't think the move is over yet. But right now there's no reason to get in. It's not doing anything. So the hourly here, and then the hourly on SPY setting up for likely a continued move. Oh, I take that back. Not SPY. Why was I thinking SPY? Never mind. I think I was looking at the 15-minute. Yeah, it was the 15-minute. So 193.50. That's target. You know, they could hit that, maybe flag out a little, and then in the close they jam 195 to kind of give the daily a hammer. But that's just a guess right now. We're kind of getting some kind of pennant action going here. That's what it looked like on the 15-minute. Oh yeah, so we're gonna have to just sit like hawks to wait for that. Okay, so this is Man, these moving averages though. Normally this setup, if it wasn't for the moving averages, this would be a good setup to buy in the next 2 candles. But these MAs just look like trash right now. It's very risky because of the MAs. You know, it could do something, but these MAs are just horrible. What was that? Yeah. Alright, so we could have another target here. So these got to be moved to here. Alright, so if you want to call this the flag, alright, 93.50 is it. Looking like they're going to crack it open here. We're going to get some kind of squeeze. $93.50 is the target. Oh, Cali's the worst. I wasn't reading the chat. Cali's a shithole. It's like Oakland. Yeah, right? No trickery here. There goes SPY. Alright, so if we pop another dollar, you know, I'm just still leaving my order at $2. Well, you never know, because this could get stupid. This could be the start of some stupid, you know, everyone starts fighting it, and before you know it, you know, they're trying to make a run for 95. So I'm going to leave my order at $2, because this unlikely just gets whacked down and we fall apart again. This is probably going to do something. At least 93.50. And it's unfortunate that GME is not doing anything, but whatever. See, that's what I get for veering away from SPY. SPY wasn't doing anything. If I waited long enough, it ended up making a move here. I got sucked into this. Alright, I'm green on those 93s by $10. I'll at least get a double out of them. Yeah, Cali's always been expensive. I remember my best friend's brother when I was a kid. He worked there, and then he made whatever amount, and you know, you know, the cost of living is ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. Well, someone's got to pay for all that socialism. Alright, come on, go to 134 and be done with it. If this hourly can close 132, it kind of needs to. We're getting volume here. It looks like it's gonna set up for a 132 close. Man, that's too bad they didn't spike it, because that would have been some action today. Yep. Now you're back in it. So Redbox is the only thing that moved today. I mean, they should have at least ran GME and AMC just to have some kind of excitement today. Man, this is a bummer, man. Damn. This is a bummer. This is, oh my god, textbook. Textbook. I probably would have bought this candle here. I'm not even looking at the 1 minute. Let's see the 1 minute. This was a 9:45 candle. On the 1 minute. Oh yeah, for sure. Look at that 1 minute break. I would have been, oh my god, this would have been like an easy 10 bagger. And it just never looked back. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. $3, 30% in 45 minutes. Unbelievable. Alright, so they're gonna hold this. They're gonna make their way up. Staircase their way up. Probably come back to 92, maybe crack it. But they're climbing out of this. Let's see if they rob everyone with this 9160. Because everybody wants to come back here. They'd probably come back to 80. But I don't know about 60. You guys see anything moving? I mean, are there any pockets of action anywhere? I mean, they could have at least ran something today, like the wheat stocks. Well, the MAs look like shit, but I mean, there's nothing moving. This is garbage. You know, DWAC. You know, well, this is trash now. This past 2 weeks, month. Look at this crap. I mean, come on. Look at this shit. Look at this. This is a piece of shit. They're playing games here. Look at this. Oh my god. Now Spy's pulling in. Man, this day sucks. This day sucks. This is garbage. Now we're coming up on that hourly close on SPY. I mean, this is garbage. Absolute garbage. Frickin' 2-point ranges. Oh my god. I mean, this is ridiculous. It doesn't get worse than this. This is the worst day that could have turned out, literally. It couldn't have been a worse day. I mean, it doesn't even matter what happens here. There's nothing. You're not going to get any actionable setup into the close. And it's going to be a very risky trade. Whatever sets up. They're going to really shake the tree. So they probably hold this for that 393.50. When they get there, I don't know. I don't know. Because right now, it looks like they could get there on this 15-minute candle, actually. We got 3 candles on the 5-minute here on this 15. It looks like they could spike that. This 393.50. Maybe on this candle, maybe. The next one, by the end of the hour for sure, they're gonna hit 393.50. I mean, that's a whopping $1.25 away. So and just the chart's horrible because all the MAs. I mean, this is just absolute garbage here. So yeah, I still got my order at 2 on these 393s. It looks like I'll only make. I could probably get $1.50 out of them based on a dollar move from here, but with this kind of tape, you know, they could definitely spike it and possibly run 394. Come on, would you spike it already? Jesus Christ. Just nothing's working today. Nothing. I mean, is it just Redbox, the only stock in the whole market that did anything today? Was this it for the entire market? Alright, they better do it on this hourly candle. I'm sick of sitting in this.
Oh man, this is just garbage. So the question is, it's kind of tricky because any push higher here, it shouldn't hold, but at the same time, this is a tricky day because we could get a jam up into the close. I mean, we're just grinding and chopping for now, but the chart has been satisfied above 391.50. So if they go up higher, at best they come back down to 392, likely 392.50. Any move higher, at best 392 to the downside. Because all day has been consolidated and back tested, and the chart's satisfied up until 392. So unless we get some crazy spike, shorting is going long has like a 60% edge, depending on how far they could get away for a short. So it's really tricky. You got to be really careful on either side of the tape. Got to be very careful. But right now the bulls are holding some momentum on the 5-minute. This has a weird look where they can hold it and grind this. 80% of the time it doesn't happen, but they could just kind of keep grinding this higher. Because this 15-minute is supportive. The 15-minute MAs are very ugly, so they're not going anywhere quick, but this 15-minute is supportive of a continued grind higher into the close. A grind higher. So this is just garbage. I'm not gonna. My 393 is back to break even. I'm not gonna add because this slow grind. The only kind of possible trade that could set up is in the last 30 minutes into the close. We're gonna have to be very quick on that 1 minute. Well, it's okay. Next week will be the week. We're gonna see all the action. It's just unfortunate we got no action today. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. That's what sucks. We didn't need like crazy action, but not no action. I mean, look at this. Jesus. Definitely did not expect one of these days today. Not at all. holding that trend line on the ES. What they could do here still is possible. They could do a little shakeout here and then reverse it back up. Let's see that 1 minute. I mean, not that I'm going to be trading anything here, but worst case is they come back to 90.50. I didn't look at the 1 minute here. This wasn't fully satisfied, 90.50. So they may do that, and then we get some kind of rip off of there. Popping? Why is the music not here? That's not popping. What are you talking about? So at best, we're going to get some kind of washout back to 90, 90.50 on the downside. And then on the upside, so we have a three-point range, 90.50 to 93.50. This current 5-minute posture is looking like that's possible. They could spike this and maybe bounce right out of there. The 15-minute kind of supports that too. You get another little shake out to the downside. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to bounce. So that could be supporting that 90.50 washout. Yeah, I mean, what a shitty day, man. This is just garbage. So this is supporting a 90.50 shakeout here. The VIX, if the VIX bounces a little, we can get a bounce there. All I gotta say is this weekly on SPY is in serious trouble. I don't know how, if they hold it together, how they're gonna fix the weekly. Wow, we got 10 people in here. There's nothing going on. Wrong time to come in, buddies. Whoever's here, you missed all the action the past 2 days. So we got all that volume there. Let's see what they do here. Maybe we can move more than a quarter.
Oh man, that last, well, we got 15 minutes till power hour, but that last time on that Friday, the move didn't kick off until I think like 2:15, maybe 2:20. So whatever, the last 30 minutes is when that move kicked off. But again, this is not like that one Friday when they bottomed off of 380. Not at all the same setup. Not this is a gap setup where you're not gonna do anything. Oh, there it goes. They're gonna pop it to 15. Running into the close. It's unlikely to hold. It's pretty heavy up here. I mean, at best, they probably spike 14. You never know with these. But I'm going to say they don't, at least not on the first run. They'll break high day. They could run it into the close. Let's go meme stocks. Jesus. Do something in the market. Somebody do something. So it looks like they're going to pump it up here. Apple's waking up a bit. And here comes SPY. Alright, come on, just do it. Do it quick. Get something going here. Watch, it just goes straight to a 95 on this candle. That would be weird. Just imagine if this went right to 95. 3.5 points just out of nowhere. That would definitely wake the market up. Yeah, this ain't going anywhere soon. Even if they pop this, they don't have to hang out here. They'll do a back test. But 93.50 is target. Looks like they're not coming back to 90.50 anytime soon, though. This is the last place that wasn't tagged and fully back tested. It doesn't mean they have to, but we've been here all morning. Everything else was back tested and double checked and triple checked. Going forward, 92 is the last level. They could come back on a dip, depending how far they get away. But any dip or washout, 92 is a place to cover. Let's see, ES. Man, you know, today is a very unusual day, so I'm not adding right now or anything, but you know, maybe I may add one just for the hell of it on this next 5 minute here, just in case something crazy happens. You know, there's like a, I don't know, a 5% chance they kick off some kind of stupid squeeze into the close. You know, just like a high gate break squeeze, nothing crazy. I mean, from right now, 3 points would be a lot, so. Man, this thing's just stuck in mud. This piece of shit now. I can't believe they didn't crack this 32 on this one here. I thought they were going to get a spike and then come back down here. We get this 50. A quick little, quick spike. I'll be happy with 93.50, but a 94 spike would be nice. Let's see, where are we at here? So the 390. You know what? I'm gonna add. Give it a couple more minutes here. I'm gonna add on this 93, just one. Get that dollar and be done. I gotta go get my water. Bad timing here. I've been sitting all day. I should have did that. So these MAs need a little time, so they may pop, pop it a little bit. They should come back here. I'm gonna put a bid in at 78. Alright, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes before we move a dollar. No, I'm not shorting unless they spike it. It's not looking like they're going to fall apart unless we get some spike. This is a very tricky tape here. You could get something stupid into the close. Again, I'm talking 2 points with this tape, but it doesn't have the posture to really see 95 with this 50. But given this posture of the 50, even running or holding 95, that would be unusual. So here we go. We waited an hour and a half to hit that 93.50 target. I hope it happens quick, just so I could sell this 93, and then you know, that actually might wake it up to do something else. So funny enough, I got filled on this thing. I think I got filled on this 93 here, and I'm still green on the trade after all day. I don't know if I got filled here or here. Well, I'll tell you right now where I got filled. I got filled at 10:02. So I got filled here on this. I forgot my order. I got filled here. So 4 hours of being in this thing, and I'm gonna double my money. How funny is that? All right, finally. Finally. Let's see if they get stupid. I mean, you can't get excited at all, but again, this is the type of day, 80% of the time, you don't get anything into the close. You get just complete garbage. But given the market conditions, this being just such a weird day, or after a rare day, you know, sell into this Friday, into the gap down and all this stuff, and we're trying to pick a bottom, and the chart doesn't support it, but it doesn't mean it can't happen, because this very well could pop 94. Unlikely, but today's the day that it can do that. Again, 94, that's not even a dollar, so, you know. Yeah, there wasn't a short trade to begin with, unless you're scalping. Alright, well now we got to look at the 1 minute, because this is going to start possibly going parabolic on the 1 minute. Yeah, we don't scalp in this. Well, I don't scalp. I'm looking for real moves here. 100% minimum. So yeah, that 93.50, which is target, is going to be interesting what they do here. You didn't miss anything, IT. You didn't miss anything. If I didn't, well, I'm not going to say I wouldn't be. I probably would have put on some trade, and some calls somewhere. I probably would have bought this back test here. But so you didn't miss anything. I got in by accident here on this 393. So technically, I'm not in SPY. I'm only in by accident. So they're definitely spiking the 50. Did they crack it already? No. So we got that, and we got a 70 target. You know, we got 94 right there. You know, let's look at ES. ES always kind of gives you a better picture, and then into the close. There's really not a good picture here. You know, this should. There's at least 80% chance that 94 is not going to hold. I mean, they may spike and hold it for a few candles, but normally that this type of posture does not hold this pivot coming after this gap down type of day. You know, that 50 is a smoking gun right there. Well, so much for my ad. When I put my bid in there, it was around 95 cents. I was waiting for a dip. So let me cancel that order. I guess I could still get in. You know, maybe we get $1. I'm not gonna do that. Did they crack the 50? Oh, they just tagged it. They did. Well, what do you know? Look at that target. Was it? Well, 50 on the dot. Yeah, that probably is it for now. Let's see how they hold this 92.75. Got this trend line they'll probably tag. God damn it! I didn't cancel my order. Oh my god! I didn't cancel my order on those on that ad there. Jesus Christ! That's a bad habit. I thought I canceled it. Oh my god! All right. Well, I don't care now. I only have 2. I'm gonna go get my water because I've been sitting all day and nothing's happening. Son of a bitch! I thought I canceled the order. All right. Well, I'm just gonna YOLO these until the close. Hopefully, we get some kind of jam at 395. I really don't care what happens. I'm gonna go get my water. Alright, we did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Looking like they could hit that 94. Come on, get silly. Do something fun into the close. Alright, I may add one more. I got a bid in at 90 here. Looks like they might hit 93 at best. You know what? I'm gonna pull my bid, wait for this 5 minutes to close. Let's see, where could they jam it? So there's that, oh wow. I'm surprised it came that low. So yeah, at best they'll be at 95 into the close. So maybe we see 95 into the close. Maybe. You know, yeah, it's looking like 95 at best. I mean, it would be awesome if they just kind of get a little crazy and break that high. We hit 96. I mean, 3 points is crazy on this tape, right? We're not even talking a close. We're talking the whole move. But with the paint drying all day, that's as good as it's going to get. Best case, they tag 96, and that's not even a good chance at the moment. So now I'm happy I added. Could get a little something out of this. I pulled that. It's funny. Both entries were on accident. That's the funny part. Both entries were legit on accident. The first time, I forgot completely I had the bid. The second time, I thought I canceled the order. That's the funny part. So yeah, whatever they do, they're gonna spike it. And if they spike it, they might come back down here into the close to 92. But they're definitely spiking 94, that's for sure. '94, maybe they come up to 95 at best on a spike. It shouldn't hold. It shouldn't hold. It would be very unusual if it held. If they hit 95. If. Man, why do we have all these people in here on such a slow day? Where was everybody the past couple days? We didn't have as many people. Like, we kind of consistently all day had close to 10 people for the most part on the most boring day in a long time. And this was more boring than last Friday, believe it or not. Believe it or not, last Friday. Back test Friday, this was more boring. I mean, that's hard to believe. If it comes down, it's coming down to 90.50. But I think they close it above this line, this trend line here. That's the trend line from the fall all the way to 380. So they're coming down here if they come down. And that would be very ugly, because how are they going to close it? That would be a very nasty close. A very nasty close. I mean, not that they're going to save anything until the close, but closing down there would be dirty. Yeah, that's the trend line from. Oh, okay, no, it's just it's not a main trend line. I take that back. It's just a trend line, but it was respected. Yeah, it is important, because this is when we broke out of it. On this day, we held this trend line on the 5-minute, and that's what rejected it here and held it here, and then now on the 5-minute at least, it's respecting it right here. Just one of those weird things that a somewhat random trend line acts that way. The 1 minute needs a little more time here for these MAs here, but it's still supportive of another push to past 394. So they may get some kind of jam, like I said. You know, a run to high days is possible. It's gonna look unexpected. Well, it's gonna be unexpected from all this stuff, and it's gonna look unexpected, painting like a big green candle here. I'm not saying right now, but we may get some kind of push here. But normally, a day like this, if it wasn't in this context, you're not getting that. You're getting just a muted close. And if anything, normally you get a push, but then they drop it. Normally you get a push, they might squeeze it, but then it fully gets beaten back down. Wow, these 393s woke back up again. I might have to change my sell order if they kind of really wake it up here. Getting some big volume on these 393s on a 1 minute. Very big volume here. It's going to break a high a day here. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I'm going to change my order there. That $2 order. No, maybe not, because to hit $2, they'd have to pop $1. But the chart is not supportive. You know, a spike, not even supportive really of a spike. 395, sure. But breaking high day, not really supportive at all, even the spike it there. Unless they run it up and then pull the rug. You know, because these MAs don't support it. However, today is unique. It is unique today. It's not a normal day. So I wanted to add, this 1 minute got away here. See what I mean? How this kind of surprise move. This 1 minute got away here. After here, I wanted to dip. Right here, I was going to add under 90 cents. It freaking almost doubled here from there. Jesus. Alright, I'm changing my order here. Just in case they run that 95. Maybe even 96. I'm going to change it to $3 in case they spike it. Alright, this is looking good for that surprise move. I'm not saying get in, guys, or chase it, but this is like the Friday when they flushed to 380 and we had that sick V bottom to 390. It's not the same day, but the uniqueness of the conditions of how we got here and all that. They may they may see 96, possibly a spike of it during murder algo. So breaking 39.60, I'm not counting that out. So I mean that's only, you know, on the spike that was only less than 2 points away. So, but given how it is today, that's a crazy move today. As crazy as that sounds. So it's a stretch, but I want to say there's 80% chance they're going to crack 95, if only on a spike. Let's see what the man. I'm really shocked this day turned out the way it did. I really am shocked because this weekly is ugly. Ugly. This kills the chart like so bad. This absolutely destroys this chart. Absolutely destroys it. I mean, this is ugly here. The Apple chart looks even more bearish. You know, at least if they push that high day, you can kind of get a little bit of sort of a hammer. You know, but that they would have to close that. Not even close 95. Man, that's the same thing. Let's see. Now this time this is a better posture for them to go further. You know, them coming back here, that's really kind of hurting this whatever potential squeeze into the close they had. This is getting ugly here. We may flush here. It's a pretty deep cut here on that 1 minute. Pretty deep cut. So this is it's a unique day here. The 15 minute is supportive of that squeeze. It is supportive of that squeeze. See how they're buying it up? See, I think that's going to happen. Alright, if this firms up, I'm going to add one more time. One more add for the push into the close. Possibly to 96. Yeah, 96 is a stretch, but 95, it's not a stretch because when they jam it into the close, it's anytime they have those jam days like that, it's never, let's say, normal looking. And for them to gap there, man, this is a rough day. A rough day. See, normally, given this, they should close 95. So we might be getting that push into the close to satisfy what normally would happen on a move like this. You know, even 95 is a little out there. Just a little, not that last 5 minute they could sure jam it. This will need a little bit more time, and they could jam that last 5 minute up here. But you're risking a rug pull. What did you play earlier? What did you play? Oh, yeah, I'm not I'm not much of a scalper. Not on a day like this. I don't really like scalping. You know, I want some more meat on the bone. You know, that's why I stopped trading the futures. Just because it was too much of a headache. And I'm not talking scalping like 1 point, but just, you know, just in and out, relatively speaking, too much. It's too much focus. You get burnt out from that. You know, that's why when I trade the options, you know, I'm looking for, like, you know, to satisfy a trade, you know, a 3-bagger satisfies my options. I'm looking for a 3-bagger. So if we get some kind of rug pull, you know, they could come all the way down to 390.50. That's the rug pull scenario here. But I think they hold it. I think they're gonna jam it into the close. That's my guess. Possibly closing 95 to close to take back that daily 95. You know, if you look at on hourly here, that's nothing. When you look at this hourly here, oh man, these are 93s are being bought up on this 1 minute here. Seeing some nice volume here on this 1 minute. Looks like they're buying it. Looks like it's going to hold here. And the 1 minute's kind of firming up a little bit here. Interesting posture right here. If they don't backtest this, you know, they may rip it to high day. Not high day, but this pivot. They may rip it and hold it. This is going to pull it up here. You know what? Yeah, they're pushing into the close here. And actually, I think they're trying to push this. So it looks like we're going to get a little squeeze into the close across the board. Because you got to think, who wants to stay short over the weekend? Who wants to stay short over the weekend here? For real. So they did come back here. I added at 97. I got a nice fill there at 97. They're gonna jam this. This is a unique posture on this 1 minute. they're setting up for murder algo here. I think they closed 95. This candle here has to close at the highs here to keep this possible squeezing to the close going here. Alright, I'm gonna go make my food. It's not gonna happen until the close, so